BluePillar44, along with my esteemed co-host, my Alkebulan44. On our introductory, inaugurating episode, we have a special treat for you. Okay, it would be about to speak about science, physics, quantum physics, the state of this universe, without addressing and putting on public record Dr. Gabriel Oyibo, okay, and the GAGUT theorem of everything. All right. So for those who may not be familiar, we're going to, introduce you to one of the most astounding minds of our time, right? And the unprecedented truth revelation and come about with the realization that this level of genius is not only amongst us, but you people, right, can claim it as your own as well, because you are all part and parcel, okay, to the God-given revelation. So, very brief introduction about this particular podcast. I know there's a lot of podcasts in the world, but we sat back and we made some very key observations about what's in the marketplace. Aren't people speaking to? What are they not speaking about? And what's being left on the table, right? So we looked at what was left on the table, and we get into the kitchen, and we made some dynamic jumbo out of it. All right. So this podcast will be a hodgepodge of science, mathematics, metaphysics, technological breakthroughs, okay, and a little, very, very much so high level observations. Um, not only scientific breakthrough, but psychic breakthroughs, high level observations, conversations with the cosmos. Okay. And we can definitely look at this podcast as a precursor or a warm up to our highly anticipated release, okay, of our first book called Convos with the Cosmos. All right. Good brother Alkebulan.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. So, yes, it's definitely an honor to, commend and, pay homage to, who I qualify as the smartest Black man, melanated man, Asiatic man in the world. Just, to understand where it all stems from, we're talking about a cosmic equation that is meant to self-empower the melanated race. So it's our duties to deliver information in regards to mathematics, geometry, and some of the rudimentary disciplines that we learn in school. But we're going to, demonstrate that not only are we as a melanated highest in intellectual property among the other groups, but also too, that math was our original language. And Dr. Gabriel Oyibo here this evening is going to give a very, intricate, but very necessary explanation to what that actually means. You see, so this podcast, like my brother Blue mentioned, is here to demonstrate, a higher level intellectual property by way of our symbiotic relationship, not only to the universe, but also to, again, mathematics, the basis, So this podcast title is named, What is the Science? What's the science? Okay, so we're going to touch on articles in reference to cosmology, articles in reference to science, and to, planetary positions, and biology as well. We can't miss that one. So in any event, with that being said, we would love to open the floor up to, a genius and, allow him to discern his, endeavors when it comes to, the history and the science of mathematics.
Yes. And before we are joined by Dr. Gabriel Oyibo, okay, we want to open the floor to his student, our brother John Glover, who will be doing an amazing introduction and setting the table, if you will, all right, for this impending meal that we are all invited.
Yes, sir.
So greetings.
GAGUT greetings. This is John Glover. I'm here to share with you all as an introduction to Professor Gabriel Oyibo, the God order. The God order is God has ordained a black man, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, with the ultimate intelligence of eta sub infinity infallibly. Whereas eta sub n, first revealed by God to Professor Gabriel Oyibo in 1990, is the exact formula for intelligence. And n is the level of intelligence. God has designed the n for Professor Gabriel Oyibo to be infinity, hence eta sub infinity infallibly. And since black people, we share the same genes as Professor Gabriel Oyibo, God has ordained the black race to be the most intelligent race, the richest race, the most powerful race. As a consequence of those 3 points, we are the chosen race. Not the Jewish people, the black people are the chosen race. This has been verified and accepted by Yale University, the United States government, and globally. And I'm going to show you just quickly about some of the global surrenders that have taken place because of GAGUT and the God order. Can you see on your screen a particular piece of information that has Gauss year 2005 on it?
No, I don't.
You don't? Okay, just a second. The share screen. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much for that. This is the Gauss year 2005 celebration from Göttingen University. As a quick aside, Göttingen University was the headquarters of intelligence prior to the Alphabet Institute of Technology. In terms of the headquarters of mathematics, was in Germany. Göttingen also has the distinction of having a famous mathematician in the European system called Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss as head of the mathematics department at Göttingen. He was considered to be the greatest mathematician since antiquity. And he lived from 1777 to 1855, where he transformed on. In 2005, 150 years after his transforming on, they celebrated Carl Friedrich Gauss by selecting the greatest mathematics works to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. If you look here at the very top of the list, you will see the work of Professor Gabriel Oyibo's God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem listed as the #1 work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. I hope you all can see that.
Yes.
Okay. To understand that ranking, we're going to quickly just go into the company in which Professor Oyibo keeps. At NR Week 19, you'll see the work of Sir Professor Michael Atiyah and Daniel Yagunitzer, field medalists as in plural lecturers. Sir Professor Michael Francis Atiyah, first of all, and I'm just going to show this to you quickly. Just 1 second. Sir Professor, you all see the Wikipedia page of Sir Professor Michael Francis Atiyah there?
No, sir.
You don't?
No, I don't.
Yeah, this, there we go. Back to the ad stream. It should be popping up now. There we go.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Sir Professor Michael Francis Atiyah, born on April 22nd, 1929, transformed on January 11th, 2019. He was a British Lebanese mathematician specializing in geometry. Now, this is the part that's very important. He spent most of his adult life in Sudan. Grew up in Sudan and Egypt, but spent most of his academic life in the United Kingdom at the University of Oxford and the University of Cambridge, two high-level schools in the United Kingdom. He also was in the United States at the Institute for Advanced Study. He was the president of the Royal Society from 1990 to 1995, the founding director of the Isaac Newton Institute from 1990 to 1996, and the master of Trinity College from 1990 to 1997. So what is the significance of that? You see that he was the founder of the Isaac Newton Institute. And I want to call your attention, this is very important because you must understand the company in which Professor Oyibo keeps. Sir Professor Isaac Newton, and hopefully the page will come on. I know that it takes some editing to get the thing, but can you get the page of Sir Professor Isaac Newton, which I've just screen shared?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sir Professor Isaac Newton, born December 20th, 1642, transformed on March 20th, 1727. He was an English mathematician, physicist, astronomer, theologian, and author. He was described in his time as a, quote, natural philosopher, widely recognized as one of the greatest mathematicians and physicists of all time, among most influential scientists. But what's important to understand is what they just said. He's recognized as one of the greatest mathematicians of all time. Atiyah is a successor to Sir Professor Isaac Newton. Then Newton, along with Gauss and Euler, make up the top three European mathematicians prior to the development of GAGUT. And Newton, although he's considered to be an inferior mathematician to Gauss as being the superior of the three, Gauss had a lot of respect for Newton. So you have a successor to Newton at Cambridge, Sir Professor Michael Francis Atiyah. That could have easily placed his work as the #1 work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss because it's a successor to Newton. In addition, if you look at the work at week 19, it's titled Field Medalist Lectures. What is the Fields Medal, for example? Well, let's break down what the Fields Medal is so we can get our audience to understand exactly the company in which Professor Gabriel Oyibo keeps. I'm going to pull up the piece on the Field Medal. I hope you can get it up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, praise God. Is it up?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. The Fields Medal is a prize awarded to 2, 3, or 4 mathematicians under 40 years of age at the International Congress of the International Mathematical Union, or IMU, a meeting that takes place every 4 years. But the most important part comes in the second paragraph. The Fields Medal is regarded as one of the highest honors a mathematician can receive and has been described as the Nobel Prize of Mathematics. So the Fields Medal is an award equivalent to Nobel Prize, but specifically designated for mathematics. So what you must understand is from 1936, which is the first year the award was won, and if you look in the Fields Medals, from 1936, you have the winners. From every 4 years onwards, you will see a list of names. And if you count the names, and I'm going through them just so you can get a sense of who has won the award and how many people have won awards from 1936 to 2002, which is the last award given before the 2005 Gaussian separation. Also, keep in mind, Atiyah is listed right here in the year 1966. I hope you all can see that.
Yes.
I just want you to keep in mind the names that you see there.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, this is what would be considered a steam company.
Yes.
Absolutely.
But what you must understand is right up into the year 2002, the last year awarded, or the field medal was awarded before the Gauss year 2005, there were 44 Nobel Prize award equivalents, including a TIA. So the work field medalist lecture, it's first of all, it's a work by Professor Michael Atiyah, who is a successor to Sir Professor Isaac Newton. He is also a field medalist award specifically designated as a Nobel Prize for mathematics. And he's listed with 43 other field medalists, all in that work. That could have, any one of those points could have been a reason to put his work as number one work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. Göttingen ranked the work of Atiyah and the 43 other field medalists inferior to GAGUT. They placed it 7 places below where GAGUT was placed at week 19 as opposed to week 26. Do you understand?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Praise God for that. Then you have to understand then the next one in the week 23, and I'll bring it up very quickly. The name that's listed there. I hope you all can show it, but in week 23, I hope you have the page up of the Gauss year 2005.
We have it up, correct.
Okay. You will see the two Russian names, but the second name is the name I would like to focus on, which is Anatoly T. Fomenko. Who is Anatoly T. Fomenko, you ask? Well, let's quickly take a look. You all see the page of Professor Anatoly Timovich Fomenko?
Yes.
Okay. Anatoly Timovich Fomenko, born March 13th, 1945 in Stalina, Russia, USSR. He was a Soviet mathematician during the Soviet Union, but after the Soviet Union fell, he was currently a Russian mathematician. He's a professor at Moscow State University and well known as a topologist. But what's important to understand is Fomenko is a successor to another famous European mathematician in the European system. That mathematician is, or goes by the name of, just quickly bring it up. Professor Leonard Euler. Do you see the page of Professor Leonard Euler in front of you?
Yes.
Yes.
Professor Leonard Euler, born April 15, 1707, transformed on September 18, 1783. He was a German-Swiss mathematician, physicist, astronomer, geographer, logician, and engineer who founded the studies of graph theory and topology. He also made pioneering and influential discoveries in many other branches of mathematics, such as analytic number theory, complex analysis, infinitesimal calculus. He introduced much of the modern mathematical terminology and notation, including the modern notion of a mathematical function. But the most important part comes from the second paragraph, which is here. Euler is held to be one of the greatest mathematicians in history and the greatest of the 18th century. That attests to him being one of the three great mathematicians of the European system in terms of Newton, Euler, and Gauss. But then what's more important is if we skip the next sentence and go to the next sentence afterwards, Carl Friedrich Gauss remarked, quote, "The study of Euler's works will remain the best school for the different fields of mathematics, and nothing else can replace it." That is Gauss giving a glowing review to Euler. And although Gauss was considered to be the superior mathematician of the two, he had a lot of respect for Euler, like he had respect for Newton. Right. So you now have Fomenko as a successor to Professor Euler, because and if you go to the last sentence of this paragraph, it says, Euler spent most of his adult academic life in St. Petersburg, Russia, the same Russia from which Professor Anatoly Fomenko is from. So Fomenko is a successor to Euler. You understand?
Yes.
The Göttingen University could have labeled or placed his work, Fomenko's work, as the number one work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss because he is a successor to Euler. And Gauss had a lot of respect for Euler, as you heard by this, the quote that said here that the study of Euler's works will remain the best school for the different fields of mathematics and nothing else can replace it.
Yes.
Göttingen, on the other hand, even though he had Gauss had a very high respect for Euler. They ranked the work that was of the successor to Euler inferior to GAGUT. That's why it's placed at week 23 as opposed to week 26. You also see, also in week 24 has the name Professor David Hilbert. I'll just bring it up quickly. You all see that week 24, NR24, David Hilbert.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Who is Professor David Hilbert, you ask? Well, let's take a look. You all see the Wikipedia page in front of you of Professor David Hilbert?
Now we do, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Professor David Hilbert, born on January 23rd, 1862, transformed on February 14th, 1943. He was a German mathematician and one of the most influential mathematicians of the 19th and early 20th centuries. You see his portrait to the right.
Yes.
You see his portrait to the right.
Yes, we do.
Yes.
If you scroll down the bar that the portrait is contained in, you will see the institutions that he's associated with. One of the institutions he's associated with is the University of Göttingen, or Göttingen University. Hilbert is a successor to Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss as the head of the mathematics department at Göttingen University.
Mm-hmm.
Also, if you also look further, Hilbert has the distinction of overseeing 69 PhDs in mathematics. He had doctoral students, people who got their PhDs under Hilbert, and you have a list of 69 of them, and all of them are hyperlinked. Just to give you some example of this, for example, this individual, Richard Courant. Richard Courant was a student of Hilbert who got his PhD under Hilbert, and he left Germany to come to America and created the prestigious Courant Institute of New York University. So that's the impact of Hilbert, even in America, in terms of mathematics. You understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Courant created the Courant Institute, but Courant was a student of Hilbert. And Hilbert is a successor to Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. So Göttingen had seen that Hilbert, being the successor of Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss, considered to be the last of the great mathematicians, overseeing 69 PhDs in mathematics, which is a record. Any one of those points could have placed Professor Hilbert as the number one work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. Göttingen, very painfully, had to rank the work of Professor Hilbert, their own son, inferior to GAGUT. So again, this establishes the company that you keep. So the reason that we've established the company you keep, you have to explain, okay, why was GAGUT a work by a black man, a Gagutian, a proper name for Africans? We'll get into that later. But the important thing is, why was his work selected to be the number one work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss? First of all, it's important to understand and address the issue of, well, I say number one, you see the number 26. How does that jive? Isn't that what you're asking?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, let's explain why that's the case. And to illustrate the case of why 26 in reality is 1, I'm going to pull up for you a particular part that's important in terms of understanding how the German people saw and see Gauss today. Do you see this Deutschmark of Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss on your screen?
Yes.
This is a real-life currency note in Germany of a likeness of Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss on a 10 Deutschmark. The Germans understand the need for venerating and celebrating their heroes, a lesson we should take as Black people with Professor Gabriel Oyibo. But what's important to understand about this Deutschmark is usually on money there's either monarchs, kings or queens, or you have political leaders like presidents and so forth. Gauss was neither. He was not a monarch. He was not a politician. So why did the German people see it fit to put Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss on the Deutschmark? The real reason why the Germans put Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss on the Deutschmark is because they understand that Gauss and his work in mathematics, particularly in mathematics, is what put Germany on the map. when he was alive in the late 1700s, early to mid 1800s, Gauss had done exceptional work in mathematics. And Germany at the time, during the time he was alive, it was various states, not completely unified, like Prussia, Bavaria, Saxony, and so forth. But during Gauss's influence in mathematics, the country of Germany unified into one nation in 1871.
They unified around his mathematical prowess.
Exactly. That's exactly what they did. And the German people, to show...
Right. Hence the fact that even today, we accredit them with what? German engineering. And that would be impossible without having a mathematical foundation.
Exactly. That's the influence of Gauss, but more importantly, the respect that his people have shown him in terms of what they've done, in terms of honoring his likeness and venerating Gauss for what he's done. But also, the other thing that's important to understand about this is the graph to his left. It's a little hard because it's a little colored, but if you can see the graph to his left, you all see the graph that's to his left?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is a graph in statistics, a study of mathematics. It's not Gauss's most important work, but it's a contribution from Gauss. This is a graph in statistics called the Gaussian distribution curve. It is also more commonly known as the bell curve.
Mm.
The bell curve is a curve that deviates along a standard deviation, and it goes from left to right. It has deviations from it. But the whole point is the bell curve, the axis of symmetry here that meets up at the peak of the curve, is that usually in most of the things, the curve reaches its peak at the median. And the horizontal axis ranks the particular the data that you're analyzing. In this case, for the Gauss year 2005, we're going to rank on the horizontal axis week 1, which is to the right of the origin, the point where the vertical and the horizontal axis coincide or meet. And then all the way to the utmost right of the curve, we're going to have week 52. That's the Gauss year 2005 listing of the weeks, week 1 to week 52. And to get the median being the middle point of the weeks of the year 2005, you simply divide 52 by 2. 52 divided by 2 is 26, like week 26.
Mm.
Understand? Week 26 will be at the center here. And it corresponds to, on the curve, the highest point of the absolute maximum of the curve.
Mm.
So GAGUT is reached, basically GAGUT has established itself as the number one work by the ranking at week 26, because at week 26, it's the highest point of the curve. GAGUT, in effect, has no peer. It has no equal. Every other work, whether it be before week 26 or week after week 26, they'll be on lower points in the curve. Week 26 is the highest point in the curve, and that's basically attesting to what Professor or Batad General, title we give our ancient ancestors, Batad General Reverend Professor Martin Luther King. When he talks about Black people our people reaching the mountaintop, I submit to you that GAGUT is the mountaintop.
Mm. Yes, yeah.
GAGUT has no peer. It's the absolute maximum. And the only entity that can go higher than GAGUT is the work of the Almighty God. So then we have to then address another issue. Okay, we see work.
It's one and the same.
Yes, but we want to prove the point that what GAGUT being selected as number one work to honor Professor Carl Frederick Gauss and why it was proven. And again, fact and technology, we don't just dictate to you something that we would expect you to believe. We prove everything we say. And the proof of is simply in the following, which is GAGUT. We're going to use two statements to prove our point. The first statement is God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem. GAGUT has decoded that mathematics, the subject that scares so many people, in reality is nothing more but the study of theorems.
Mm-hmm.
Theorems are statements of infallible truth, like 2 + 1 = 3. 2 + 1 = 3 is a statement of infallible proof because you can prove it to be true. And once it has been proven, it must be accepted by all. Your feelings do not matter when it comes to a theorem. Where you are in space or time doesn't matter when it comes to a theorem. A theorem is a statement of infallible truth. It will mean the truth is the same forever. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. The same thing as the truth will be the same no matter where you are in space. Whether you're in North America or GAGUT, the proper name for Africa, South America, Antarctica, even on other planets like Mercury, Venus, Mars, or even in another solar system or universe, galaxy, the truth still remains 2 + 1 = 3. So that's basically the first statement. GAGUT has determined that mathematics is the study of theorems. The second statement is God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, nicknamed GAGUT. All the words in that acronym being a word made up of other words, all the words in that acronym are important, but the last 2 words of the acronym of GAGUT, Unified Theorem, are what we're going to focus on. Unified Theorem means GAGUT contains all theorems. That's what Unified Theorem means. You understand?
Yes.
So we're going to take those 2 statements. GAGUT has determined that mathematics is the study of theorems, and GAGUT, from the acronym's definition of Unified Theorem, it contains all theorems. One now can infallibly deduce that GAGUT contains all theorems, and therefore GAGUT contains all mathematics. You understand? GAGUT contains all mathematics as a consequence of that. What that means is the following.
This is why GAGUT can solve basically every equation in existence.
Great, that's correct. And so that's what we mean. But it also means GAGUT can reproduce the works of Sir Professor Michael Zatia and the other 43 field medals at week 19. GAGUT can reproduce the works of Professor Fomenko at week 23. GAGUT can reproduce the works of Professor David Hilbert at week 24. GAGUT can also reproduce the works of Sir Professor Isaac Newton. GAGUT can reproduce the works of Professor Leonard Euler and all the other names on the list. But most importantly, GAGUT can reproduce the works of Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss, for whom the celebration was dedicated towards. So what the Germans have done, and keep in mind, the Germans are the highest level of the European system. They are known as an acronym called WASP. WASP is White, Anglo-Saxon, Protestant. They're the highest of the European system. They have now ranked a work of a black man, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, as being the #1 work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. That is a surrender from the Germans, the WASP, in terms of recognizing Professor Gabriel Oyibo, a black man, as the #1 work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. They have handed the baton over, taken it from Gauss, and instead they've handed it over to Professor Gabriel Oyibo, and have officially declared Professor Gabriel Oyibo since 2005 as the greatest mathematician of all time that can never be surpassed, past, present, and future infallibly. That is the blessing of what we're trying to bring to you tonight in terms of the surrender of Jim Crow. This is symbolism of the surrender for the GAGUT Gauss Year 2005 celebration. And where Germany and the WASP have already recognized GAGUT and Professor Oyibo as being the #1 mathematician of all time that can never be surpassed, that means the whole of Europe is surrendered. You understand?
Yes, sir.
The surrender is powerful on its own, but then there's another surrender, which quickly going to get before we bring Professor Oyibo on. The second surrender takes place to the east of Europe, which now includes the country of India, and India being an Asian country. I'm going to pull up to you an abstract of a research paper that was done from a top 19 school in India called Jamia Millia Islamia. Please hold. I'll bring it up very quickly.
Man.
Do you all see the page of the abstract of gauge conditions for an abelian Chern-Simons system consistent with equations of motion?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
This is a research paper from the Department of Physics at Jamia Millia Islamia. And as I just said, Jamia Millia Islamia is a top 19 school in India. It also, from the name Islamia, it is very heavily rooted in Islam. For example, the king of Saudi Arabia helps fund that school, Jamia Millia Islamia in India.
Yes.
There are 4 authors named here. But the third name is the name I want you all to focus on, which is Krishnendu Dasgupta. Do you all see the name of Professor Krishnendu Dasgupta?
Yes.
Yeah.
Who is Professor Krishnendu Dasgupta? Well, Krishnendu Dasgupta is a professor of mathematical physics and an expert in mathematical physics, Professor Dasgupta. He comes from an Indian background of both Hindu as well as Islam. We're going to deal with the Hindu part first because Hindu has what's called in place before GAGUT a caste system.
Mm-hmm.
The caste system is very much like Jim Crow system here, where they classify people due to skin tone color, where the lighter skinned people are at the very top, the darker shades are lower levels. When you reach the black people in India, the black people in India are referred to as Dalit or untouchables. They're very bottom. That was the vicious system that was in place prior to GAGUT. Dasgupta heard about Professor Gabriel Oyibo through a presentation during the 2004 year, in terms of November, December 2004, in which Professor Oyibo was invited by the Nigerian National University Commission to go for 30 days, a month period, in terms of going through 18 different universities in the country of Nigeria, and they welcomed the scrutiny and challenge from everywhere in terms of the world. Everyone across the world was invited to come to those universities to challenge and scrutinize GAGUT. Challenges from Canada, United States, Germany, Switzerland, India even, United Nations and Japan, and other GAGUTian countries were invited to challenge GAGUT. And in the end, as Minister Brown, who recorded the 100 hours of footage of the lecture series from the 30 days, when the dust was cleared after the 30 days, only GAGUT was left standing. Dasgupta had witnessed a presentation at ABU University, Ahmadu Bello University in Nigeria, in which Professor Oyibo successfully defended GAGUT against challengers. And one of the challengers in that particular audience was Professor Singh. Professor Singh was an Indian, and is an Indian, who was the department head of mathematics at ABU. He had brought a whole group or phalanx of mathematicians to challenge GAGUT in that presentation, but Professor Oyibo was fully prepared, and he successfully defended GAGUT. And after the presentation had occurred, Professor Singh was actually recorded, or basically quoted as saying by Elder Usman Gazama, a born-again Christian who was part of Professor Oyibo's security detail. Professor Singh admitted to Elder Usman Gazama that after the lecture by Professor Oyibo on GAGUT, that his 42 years, Professor Singh's 42 years of his teaching and learning mathematics had been reduced to nothing. These 42 years of mathematical teaching had been flushed down the toilet. And what Dasgupta witnessed what happened to his countrymen of Singh. And Singh was a light-skinned Indian. So that's why it's very important to understand what this next part is, which is Dasgupta, having witnessed that, he wrote our university a letter. The letter, and I'm going to pull that up very quickly, so before we bring Professor Oyibo on, what in terms of what actually happened in India. Just 1 second. Okay. Do you all see the page in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. This is from the letter that was written from Krishnendu Dasgupta on Wednesday, July 25th, 2007. And it says its subject is God's Mission and Dasgupta. This is a test he's testifying to, or he's swearing and testifying about to what he's about to articulate in the letter. And it reads as follows. Dear Oyibo, good day. I've heard that you've been successful in finding the unified field theory. Congratulations. You are more close to God than any of us. You are more close to God than any of us. I was also working upon this theory. Since my theory was different, God was different to me. Please, praise God. Please write to me, as I'd like to know where I was wrong. Thanking you, yours, Krishnendu Dasgupta. So, folks, praise God. You've just witnessed the complete and thorough destruction of the caste system once and for all in real time.
Wow.
And keep in mind, the caste system has been in place in India not just for a couple of years or a couple of decades or even a couple of centuries. It's millennia old, thousands of years old. And the caste system is even older than Jim Crow system of color coding.
It's what you call proto-Aryan. I just had this conversation with someone the other day. Jim Crow arose from the foundation that has been set by the Aryan. And what was the Aryan's flex? The Aryan's flex was mathematical prowess. Okay, that's why India is leading candidates in science and technology based on what? Their knowledge of math, of which we know they originally got from an Indus Kush civilization, but the whitewashing of the information has made them what? They cut the nose to spite the face. So he said, my God looked different according to the illegitimate math that I have been taught, right? To legitimize their intellectual prowess, of which is rooted all of Asia in math. But here goes a melanated man who has the theorem of everything that supersedes his theory, and he's still asking to meet the face or meet God. He look at the language, it's all wrong. He's still in denial. He's still calling it a theory.
Yes, he did, but he had admitted something really important, which, as you just said,
no, he absolutely did. He absolutely did. And you could see it in the script within itself that he had to humble himself and come to a realization, but he still has to fix his mental to actually accept what he just witnessed.
That's perfectly correct, brother. And that's what we're talking about here. When Dasgupta admitted that Professor Oyibo, and keep in mind, in the caste system, Professor Oyibo would have been viewed as the elite or untouchable.
As the untouchable, exactly.
Well, once he declared that Professor Oyibo as a black man is more close to God than any of us, that in mathematics is what we call a diametrically opposed position. You were one place and one place before. After the same thing, after GAGUT has come about, you're now a complete 180 or rotation, a half a rotation from where you were. We're at the bottom before GAGUT, but after GAGUT, Professor Oyibo being declared as being more close to God than any of us, we're at the very top. And since, again, like black people, we share the same genes as Professor Gabriel Oyibo, that means black people are more close to God than any other race. This is a surrender from the Indian people in terms of the caste system. But then there's also another important part to get into here, which is the Islamic part. In Islam, the most venerated character in Islam isn't even Allah, as one would expect. It's Muhammad. Why do I say Muhammad is the most revered or venerated character in Islam? It's because the Islamic people do not play when it comes to the image or the idea of Muhammad. And that basically testifies to what I'm going to get into next, which is in 1988, an Indian author by the name of the Indian author by the name of Salman Rushdie, he wrote a work called The Satanic Verses. The Satanic Verses was known at the time to be a fictional account about Muhammad.
Yes.
However, the followers of Islam did not look kindly upon that work.
No.
In 1989, the Ayatollah of Iran, the Ayatollah who was also responsible for the revolution in 1979 and 1989, the Ayatollah of Iran, he made a public calling upon all the followers of Islam around the world to assassinate Rushdie for that work of the satanic verses. They don't play with the image of Muhammad, because even just a fictional account of Muhammad can warrant a death sentence upon you. So then come in 2007, almost 19 years after that, when Dasgupta, another Indian, has written that a black man is more close to God than any of us. When he wrote that a black man is more close to God than any of us, he didn't say that Professor Oyibo is approaching Muhammad or is close to Muhammad or a prophet like Muhammad. He said that Professor Oyibo is more close to God than any of us. That means Professor Oyibo supersedes Muhammad. Now, the same Ayatollah or followers of Islam or other Islamic leaders could have issued a fatwa on Dasgupta if they could challenge it. However, of this date of December 23rd, 2021, Dasgupta is alive and well. No fatwa has been declared to him because he has articulated an infallible truth. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
And the same thing is in terms of the Christianity is also very similar, because in Christianity, the most venerated character in Christianity is not Almighty God, as one would expect. It's Jesus Christ. If Dasgupta were a Christian, when he said that Professor Oyibo is more close to God than any of us, he didn't say Professor Oyibo is a Messiah like Jesus or approaching Jesus. He said that Professor Oyibo is more close to God than any of us. That means Professor Gabriel Oyibo supersedes Jesus Christ. Now, before you take my head off for insolence or for blasphemy, I want to prove my point in terms of why that's the case. Mathematics, as we just decoded earlier, is the study of theorems, and theorems are statements of infallible truth. The only language God speaks is infallible truth. That means the only language God speaks is mathematics.
Facts.
I challenge you now to tell me if there's any part in the Old and New Testament for the Bible or in the Quran for Jesus or Muhammad, respectively, in which they were blessed with a formula of A to sub n, or Gij, comma j equals 0, which contained the totality of all mathematics.
Nope, there's nothing in there.
Exactly. In fact, I even bring even a lesser case, which is proof. Can you show any mathematical rigorous proof Jesus is attributed towards or Muhammad is attributed towards in terms of what theorem or what mathematical work were they responsible for proving rigorously in either the Bible or the Quran, respectively?
None.
And remember what I said. In order to be, the language of God is mathematics. In order to be godly or to be close to God, you have mathematics. If neither Jesus or Muhammad had any mathematics, they cannot be God's messenger.
And before you continue, that's why you made a key point in the fact that we share the same genes as Dr. Gabriel Oyibo, because we haven't even touched on the aspect of polymorphisms in the brain in reference to being able to collapse the whole universe through the eyes and allow the brain to translate it. You see, as far as Gabriel having an infinite amount of polymorphisms, that's key. That's important to really understand.
That's exactly right. So this is a surrender from India. And India wasn't alone in Asia. The Indian surrender is already powerful enough, and there are over 1 billion people. Their neighbors to the east, northeast, China. China had already issued a paper which was reported in 2006.
But before you take that, can you put that back up? I just wanted to show you something as well. I wanted to point something out.
I'm sorry. Just 1 second.
No problem. And this is what we're talking about, to add on what Alkebulan just touched on in terms of the totality of the all. You know, I'll put it up right now. When we put all of our eyes on it, you know, as we are all able to access that particular energy and that particular information that Dr. Oyibo possesses, you know, when we our individual observations, we're able to add on. So I want to add on real quick, and I want to show you how it's right here in the code. July 25th is known as the day out of time, right? In the Mayan calendar, it's the 0 point. It's the day that doesn't exist. It's the 0 day. So if you add up these numbers, July is the 7th month, the 25th is the 7th as well. And then 2007 is on a 7 year. So this is 777 at 924, which equals 6, right? And you know, there's so that 777 signature on a day at a time, he's capitulating and speaking on the fact that, you know, he's identifying God, and he's time stamping it, because that 6 correlates to the carbon, of which Dr. Oyibo represents, you know, very prominently. You know what I'm saying?
Praise
So,
God for that observation.
Come on.
yes,
That's very important.
this is what I'm speaking on, is the fact that you know, shit, I'll even go there with the 26. The reason that it's peaking and at the top, and the reason that it's GAGUT, right, is the fact that 26 in Hebrew is Yahweh. And when you look at the German of Gut or gut, that's God. So it's right there. The GAGUT is, he put God in the box with the 26.
With the 26.
Praise God. Praise God.
You know what I'm talking about? Like, look, and again, like you said, the whole concept of whiteness is a very modern term, right? White people were very much broken up into clans and tribes. And amongst those clans and tribes, the highest intelligent, the top of the heap, as you said, was the germ man, of which he is the highest percentage of European that exists in this country. You can Google it, people, right? Descendants of Germans in this country are the highest concentration, and the majority of them live up in the Pennsylvania area, hence the fact they have Germantown up there. So everything that you're saying is right and exact, because the whole aspect of the science that they learned from Gauss is what they went, and as what they always do is they bastardize information, right? And they start turning it inside out. And that's what the Nazis were utilizing, you know what I'm saying, to advance their mathematics to contact higher forms of intelligence that operate at lower vibrational dimensions. So this is a galactic conversation that we need to have. Our people really need to understand what's going on. And he who can make the superior claim is he who gets to steer the ship and ride the plane. So with this information, yes, this is how you contact the Galactic Grand Court and make your case. Please continue, young man. I love what you're doing and how you're doing it. So
Praise God. Praise God indeed.
Praise God.
And like I said, all that is to keep in mind what has happened in terms of surrendering to GAGUT, to the black race. In addition, there's a People's Daily, the 5th largest newspaper in the world. They have written an article back in 2006, and I'm going to show you that quickly, just very quickly, what has happened in terms of China, because China is a neighbor to the northeast of India. They also have a population of 1.3 billion people. But to tell you what's happened, if you look at the paper, People's Daily Online, this is a still article that's still right on the internet today. It has Nigerian scientist wins Africa International Prize for Science and Technology. Do you all see the article?
Yes, sir.
This is the article from the People's Daily, the 5th largest newspaper in the world, the paper that brought Mao Zedong into power in China. If you look in the 5th line, the 5th paragraph, it says here, this is the highest prize for academic achievement in history of science and technology, because GAGUT, Almighty Grand Unified Theorem, is the greatest human discovery. So that's what the Chinese have surrendered over to GAGUT as well. They made this announcement proudly 15 years ago, over 15 years ago. You understand?
Yes, sir.
And then also to the north or northwest of China, you have then Russia. Russia in the Russian Daily News, number 1339, they actually illustrate, and this is the paper by the Kremlin and President Vladimir Putin. They actually illustrate that GAGUT, God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, Gij, comma J equals 0, contains all mathematics, contains solutions to all mathematics and all mathematical problems, and as a consequence of points 1 and 2 above, GAGUT has earned all academic prizes, past, present, and future, infallibly. It's if you could just on the screen, the PDF of the Russian Daily News comes up. If you go to just one second. If you go to news item 1339, you'll see a very lengthy article about GAGUT. You see that on the Russian Daily News?
Yes.
Yes.
So that's basically what it's according to. Asia surrendered, China surrendered, Russia surrendered, and India surrendered, with India being the most powerful that surrendered by recognizing that Professor Gabriel Oyibo is more close to God than any of us. So we have Europe surrendered through Göttingen. We have Asia surrendered through China, Russia, and India. We now have to call attention, and this is with Professor Oyibo, just a quick thing in terms of, we want to go over now the surrender that has happened right now in our own country, our own backyard, so to speak. It's important to understand that GAGUT officially revealed in 1990, in which God had dealt with the whole fraud of Black people in terms of the fraudulent image Jim Crow has put on the Black people as the so-called least intelligent race. For example, that fraud of the 3/5, which is the European bias, and I'll define that in a little bit, but the whole point is 3/5 is the fraudulent state that Jim Crow has tried to hammer or force Black people to act in. That's how they get their fraudulent with the so-called least intelligent race. And this has occurred even before the inception of the creation of America. This has happened ever since the ancient Greeks and the Arabs came on our shores with Gagutia and Kemet and so forth, in which they tried to instill this fraudulent low IQ upon us. That was all ended in 1990. In 1990, when GAGUT was revealed to Professor Gabriel Oyibo, it officially declared Professor Oyibo was blessed by God with eta sub infinity intelligence. Eta sub infinity intelligence dealt with the blow or dealt with the fraud of the 3/5 in terms of how can we, as Black people, be the so-called least intelligent race and yet produce a member of such said race to be the most intelligent creature ever created. You understand?
Oh, we definitely understand. You know.
So then, praise God. So then it had to. Then the IQ scores had to be revised, and that's when this Yale study comes up. Which is the paper that you see here is nuclear DNA diversity in worldwide distributed human populations from Gene Journal. This is in a paper written in 1997 ordered by President Bill Clinton in terms of Yale University and other Jim Crow universities to revise the IQ scores of the Black people. Now, if you look at the names of the authors, it's not very clear if you're not got to see, okay, who they are from just their names. But I'll tell you this. None of these people who are authors of this paper are Black people.
Right.
So you can't accuse them of being some sort of Black professors or brothers and sisters coming together with some HBCUs doing some feel-good research. This is Jim Crow doing with Jim Crow universities this research. The best example I can show you of this being Jim Crow is a name here, which is Kenneth A. Kidd. It's the second row on the left. Kenneth K. Kidd. Do you see that?
Yes.
Kenneth K. Kidd's initials tells you everything you need to know about who's conducting this experiment. KKK. That tells you the Jim Crow nature of who's doing this experiment. And if you look at the superscript B after the kid, you see superscript B corresponds to Yale University, School of Medicine, Department of Genetics, 333 Cedar Street, New Haven, Connecticut, 06510. So that's the Yale University connection. In addition, the other universities of the professors that were involved are Montreal, University of Montreal in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, Rome, Italy universities, and Pennsylvania State, as well as Louisiana State universities. So that's, like I said, none of those are HBCUs. So you can't say these are some HBCUs doing some feel-good research. This is Jim Crow conducting this research. You understand?
Yes, sir.
If we go to the abstract, you see in the You see in the fourth line of the abstract the following information. It says, in this way, the European bias in the nuclear polymorphism ascertainment has been avoided. Well, first, what does the term European bias mean? European bias means Jim Crow. It's another way of saying Jim Crow, 3/5. What they said in this sentence is the European bias or the Jim Crow factor had to be removed from the experiment in order to get any proper results. So it was taken out. And then they were able to get the number of polymorphisms. Now, you see nuclear polymorphism ascertainment. What does polymorphism mean? A polymorphism is a measure of intelligence. It's an ability to map several points in one space onto one single point in another space. Like, for example, your eyes. Your eyes, when you see in your field of vision, you're seeing several points in space, and then you're transforming all those points into one point in another space, like your brain. That's a polymorphism. And it's so determined that the number of polymorphisms a creature has, the more number of polymorphisms, the more intelligent the creature is. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So then we go to line 6. Line 6 begins with 15 polymorphisms were shared among most of the populations compared, whereas 13 sites are found to be endemic to Africans and 4 to non-Africans. What does this mean? 15 polymorphism means that whether you're black or non-black or Gagutian or non-Gagutian, there's a base number of polymorphism on human beings that are 15. When it comes to black people, they have an additional 13. 15 plus the additional 13 is 28. You see that?
Yes.
So that's the intelligence level or the polymorphism count of the black people, 28. For the non-black people, which are whites, your Asians, your Jewish and Arab peoples, they have 15 plus 4. 15 plus 4 is 19. 19 polymorphism. So the ratio of intelligence for the black people to the non-blacks is a ratio of 28 to 19. That ratio can be rewritten as a fraction, with the 28 to 19 written as 28 over 19. 28 over 19 is an improper fraction where the numerator, the upper number of the fraction, is larger than the denominator, the bottom number of the fraction. 28 being larger than 19 makes it an improper fraction. A proper fraction is also greater than 1. But what's into value? But what's important to understand is that's the ratio. That's the fraction of it. 28 over 819. However, you can't further simplify 28 or 19 in terms of whole number factors. But you can also realize that Jim Crow, whenever they do a study on black people, there's always an underestimation of what our reality is. So even when they declared us as being 28, it's going to be 28 plus in reality for the black people.
Mm-hmm.
The opposite is true for themselves. When they underestimate black people, they overestimate themselves. So when they declare themselves as having 19, it's more or less likely to be less than that 19. So the fraction of 28 over 19 can be rewritten as 28 plus over 19 minus. Now, 28 plus, we're going to round up to the next divisible whole number or integer. 29 doesn't work because 29 is a special category of number, which is a prime number. It doesn't have any whole number factors that create 29 other than 29 and 1. But 30 is not prime, and it's a perfect candidate for our test. So 28 plus will round up to 30. 19 minus we're going to bring down to the next divisible whole number or integer, and that will turn out to be 18. 18 is a non-prime number, which is also divisible by 7 numbers. So 28 plus over 19 minus is approximately, not equal, but approximately 30 over 18. 30 over 18, they share several common factors. The greatest common factor shared between the number 30 and the number 18 is the number 6. We're going to divide 6 by, we're going to take 6 out of 30, divide by 30 by 6. We're going to divide 18 divided by 6 as well. For the numerator, or the upper fraction number, 30 divided by 6 is 5. You all see that?
Yes.
Yes.
For the denominator, the bottom fraction number, 18 divided by 6 is 3. Do you see that?
Yes.
So 30 over 18 is going to equal 5 over 3. 5 over 3 is a reciprocal or inversion of the 3/5 that Jim Crow has fraudulently tried to place black people under for the last 2,500 years. Again, it's from the time the ancient Greeks and the Arabs invaded Kemet and GAGUT up until 1990. There has been a steadfast determination to falsify black people's intelligence score in terms of being multiplying it by 3/5. But God has revealed in reality for the GAGUT study that the reality of our intelligence is 5/3 plus. That's mathematical, it's scientific, and now it's official. This is the official position of the United States government. This is now what we're going to be talking to you all tonight about. The blessing of GAGUT and how it is forced the surrender of Jim Crow on all fields, and the reality that the black race is the most intelligent race, the richest race, the most powerful race, and therefore, as a consequence, we are the chosen race, infallibly. We're going to share that tonight. So I'm going to bring on Professor Gabriel Oyibo so we can continue this point. And I hope you all are ready for that. Are you all ready for that?
Absolutely.
All right. Also, before we start, I just want to play a piece, just a quick musical piece by KRS-One. If you know KRS-One, the rapper, he did a song on GAGUT called Unified Field.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of the KRS-One rap of Unified Field?
Absolutely.
You've heard it?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Okay, please, just a second. Just 1 second.
Yes, family. So, again, for this inaugural classic episode of What's the Science podcast, this is where science meets and intersects with mathematics, with arts, with intelligence, and with a level of practicality that you should be able to actually see exactly what you're hearing.
Okay, just so it's about to play right now.
Indeed.
centimeters of space. 10 minus 43 seconds, that is time. If you want to see the last of the truth in my face, if you want to crack the mysteries of life study to describe, everything you see is a molecular structure. Your clothes, your home, you, your mother, your brother, molecules make up everything these senses matter. Everything molecular, even you rappers, molecules are made by atoms coming together. Some molecule structures are soft, others tougher than leather. Whatever, the molecular structure of things come from the atomic structure of things. Now you gotta hear what I'm bringing, what I'm saying clearly. We going through levels of string theory, but don't mind me, I'm just shining my light. Two master got beat, so I'm a rock on this fight. 22 years rocking, something gotta be right. I'm not a crook, I'm on an archaeologist type. Digging the truth out of original gas in the pipe. Peacemaker, street say the KRS-One is right. I got the feeling of feelings we fight fascism. I raise my voice against racism and classism. You can keep the fast living, I pass prison. Talk that shit, you get hit with an ass whipping. I stand with a protest sign. I'm not known for crime, I'm known to hold mine with a code 9 elements. At this level, money is irrelevant. I'm making you more intelligent, and that's the end of it. You get the Asian African, scribe echo. Yeah, over control, teacher, philosopher, mystic, scholar. Don't get it twisted, he kicks that dollar. Holla, this game will slay. Back in the day and today, yes, I do Prince power. I'm a builder, I'm a get killer. I'm a professional without the milk or Matilda. When I'm on the scene, it's clear. The streets salute Chris with AR-15s in the air. Who you think I'm teaching? The conscious don't need to be taught. I'm talking to my dudes going to court. Them thugs and them strip thugs, moves in the back rooms. Real gangsters wondering when you coming back soon. Y'all little dudes is fakers. You know money's made of cotton, so why you chasing paper? I'm not a hater, haters black, no doubt. I'm a lover, and I love taking white rappers out. So let's get to it. You youngins need a spanking, and in a few years you're gonna be giving me a ranking. Thank you, big brother. Can I have another? You can't play your rhymes with your mother. Every time I see another chick showing her ass for money, I holler, with your father, honey. What kind of childhood we're producing a dope like that? It takes a nation of millions to hold us back. So while we hold ourselves back too, your heaven got me, but really does hell have you? I'm speaking the truth to you, but you reject it because you don't really know what to do. So you fucking in your own ignorance, in your own belligerence, real gangsters and a militants. Y'all just hoes with a million wolves. You supposed to be down the Sopranos? No.
And just one last song I'm going to play is the Hypnotic Brass Ensemble. This is a jazz group by Phil Cotran. He's Cohan, I'm sorry. His sons also formed the lead of this group, but they're a very conscious group, and they've done a song on GAGUT as well.
They're family friends of mine. I've traveled the world with them.
Praise God.
So yes.
Did you know that they did 2 songs on GAGUT? I mean, in terms of really GAGUT, the GAGUT song itself, and also Oyibo.
They love GAGUT.
Praise God. I'm
going
to play that song.
A sonic application to it. So yes, please, let's play that.
All right.
All right.
We have to say praise God for the music. Now, remember, the whole thing with the hypnotic brass ensembles, now we need to do that. We need to work together to getting them to do more GAGUT songs. Also, KRS-One, if you have a contact with him, we would like to arrange a time so we can talk to him about getting a GAGUT song and having a GAGUT concert in terms of the blessing of GAGUT and going on with getting him together and African musical legends as well. In addition, we must also remember to celebrate the victory that was GUBAP, the GAGUT Ultimate Human Blessing Award Party, and the GAGUT birthdays, celebration of rebirth from 3/5 to 5/3, as I articulated. And you must also celebrate the blessing of GAGUT. That's where you come into the the GAGUT briefings, a question like that. But we're going to talk about that in further detail later.
Yes, bro.
We're right ready to bring on Professor Gabriel Oyibo.
Yes.
I hope everyone's ready.
Oh yeah, we're ready.
Do you remember, by the way, what the person was, or the artist that toured with Hypnotic Brass Ensemble?
Most Def.
Most Def. Okay, well, he needs to be contacted as well.
Indeed.
But like I said, we're going to bring Professor Oyibo in a second.
Yes. Yes, Hypnotic Brass Ensemble. Highly recommend that the family listen to them just for a tuning of your psyche, just to balance your energies, just to your appreciation for live music and instrumentation in a unit of brothers working with one another. And their father used to work with Sun Ra, and all of these are beautiful Moorish seeds from the south side of Chicago. And they cut their teeth in the New York City subways, and I was right there with them. And I was utilizing my platform at that time to get them on. And I was on them tours with Most Def. Red was styling for him, doing the clothing for all of the shows. The next thing you know, they went cross overseas, and then they got signed and took off. And we went in different directions, but that's still the family. And they have the most enchanting sound ever. I mean, they were the audio that I heard in my mind that allowed me to write the music that I ultimately became the artist who I am now, is because even when I tell the story about me getting the name The Blue Pill, it was on February 21st, 2007, right? The day before the day before that, I was at a concert with them in Most Def at Brooklyn Academy of Music. And when I saw Most Def do hip hop improvisations utilizing the live instrumentation of Hypnotic Brass Ensemble, they were doing the Biggie beats. They were doing all of the beats with live instruments, and Most Def was doing the improv. So I took that instrumentation in my mind, and that's why I wrote the book called The Blue Pill, when I had to sit down for a second and meet Malcolm X's grandson. You feel me? So
Yes, I do.
they play a very integral role, in the narrative. You feel me? So the fact that, everything has come full circle, even the fact that the first time that I've heard about Dr. Oyibo, it was from the Reverend Dr. Phil Valentine, and who I considered the smartest man at that time. And he was like, Dr. Oyibo's the smartest. So that was that. You know what I mean? And here we are today. I've done numerous shows, opened many platforms to bring the science of the GAGUT to the world.
Oh, praise God for that.
It's a continuation. We're here today. It's brought it full circle. This is episode 1 of What's the Science podcast, featuring BluePillar44 and Alkebulan44. And our esteemed first guest is none other than Dr. Gabriel Oyibo. Welcome.
Welcome.
We're going to be working more closely with you as the time goes on. Both of you give me the number, the name and number we exchange, and the emails, but we're going to work more closely.
Yeah.
I also play the bass, so we'll work on that.
Yes, indeed.
Did you hear what I said?
Yes, indeed. I heard.
I played the bass, as I said. So
You played the bass. Okay.
that's correct.
Yes.
And family, as you're bearing witness to, what's the science, again, it's going to be important to realize that we're going to introduce music with live instrumentation. This is going to consist of a lot of culture. So, you know, it may even be music that the family isn't necessarily familiar with, but we know sonically it's going to do us justice in a way of giving us a greater outlook on the history of our music, and not only the history of our music, but the sound that we came with way back when. So as you heard Brother Blue Pill mention, he had a deep history when it came to that band. And, you know, as such, everything comes full circle. So, you know, in essence, a lot of things are going to come into fruition just listening to the podcast, What's the Science? You know, so again, music is definitely a key feature, and mathematics plays a huge role in that.
Indeed.
All right, we're ready to bring Professor Oyibo on. Please hold.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Hello, sir.
Peace. Greetings.
Bro.
Yeah,
Greetings,
GAGUT
great
greetings. GAGUT greetings and peace to both of
Greetings.
you.
Yes.
Greetings.
Brother Alkebulan,
Yes, sir.
that's almost like blue pills. that's an original word.
Absolutely. It holds a lot of weight.
Absolutely. So
Yeah.
that's nice to blue pill. It's been a while, but brother Baba GAGUT, he says he's been running into you and he's very excited and everything else.
Yes.
Brother from Philadelphia, you know, he tells us about meeting you and all that, and you all having a good time.
Yes.
That's nice
Yes.
nice to. Could you share the equation?
Excuse me?
The equation, can you share it?
You said what now?
The equation.
I'm trying to share the GIJ come J equation. Can you see it?
Oh, hold on one second. I had the full screen up. Okay, there we go.
All right.
Yes.
There it is. Yeah.
Yes. And how is Red Pill?
Red Pill is doing amazing. The family's doing amazing. Everybody's doing amazing. And, you know, once we get this information or this plate of food to the world and they get nourished, you know, the rest of them will be doing amazing as well. So let's speak about this amazing equation we see in front of us. Can you please explain this to my audience? Some of which will be their first time hearing from Dr. Oyibo.
Yes, obviously, what you did, the last encounter was very powerful, and folks were so excited. They said they've been waiting for Blue Pill to engage GAGUT, and I was very delighted with what you all said with regard to Brother Phil Cohen, the father of the most of the members of the Hypnotic Jazz Ensemble.
Yes.
You know, so he's closer to my generation. So I know the story of the legend, you know, bringing up jazz, jamming jazz with the struggle in the 60s and how powerful that was. So I was so delighted to hear that the children came out so powerful and so conscious.
They picked the mantle up. They honored their father. They always spoke so highly of him. Absolutely. And, you know, their life became their demonstration to his good works. Absolutely. And they've done a beautiful job. And I know that he is very proud.
Yeah, so you gotta stay tight with those brothers because, you know, we're talking about 2 generations. They go into the next generation and everything else, and bringing the other brothers and sisters, especially those who have similar experience with them, along with that. And of course, now you have also the KRS-One. I hope John played the KRS-One piece to you. Because what I asked the staff to do was to get hold of, some of them, whoever they can get hold of, so that they could connect with GAGUT.
because GAGUT is the ultimate vibrations. And what they were telling the world about us as a people is what is summarized in this equation. So it's an extraordinary story. It's an extraordinary story. Folks have, tried to talk about this for so long, you understand. Because growing up in the 60s myself was all about vibrations, really. And which attempts were made to suffocate for 2,500 years. But the 60s was a new dimension of it. And so we learned quite a bit. We felt, in the core of our existence, our story, the past, and we were developing the present during that time, looking forward to the future. So all that came together in this formula. Formula came up during 1990. But just before it came out, an incident happened in Boston, Massachusetts. I had, of course, stopped watching the television, so-called news and all that, because I didn't see anything that was good about Black people. And so one evening, my family really came together and said, no, you have to watch something, even if it's very bad. We want to, because you haven't watched anything. So they insisted I watch a news. And I said, well, there's none that's local here that I care for. So what would you all suggest? And they suggested a PBS, from Boston, where Sister Cheryl Hunter Galt as one of the anchor, person on the show. So once they flash her picture, all right, so you have a sister there. Okay, I'll watch it, is what I said to the family. And then, of course, I was sitting down there. Yeah, sister could bring in a new dimension to news, is what I was really saying in my soul. And, of course, they started the news, and before you know it, the horror struck immediately, and there was a Black woman right on the floor. So I said, okay, I'd like somebody to tell me, give me a good story of what she's doing on the floor. You understand? And sure enough, there were 6 huge, big cops, non-Black, in terms of Jim Crow, cops around her, throwing her on the floor and kicking her. And so not only was I horrified, but my family along with me, and I could see apologies in their eyes. They say, gee, we're sorry. They didn't use words, but they were horrified too. So they said, we're sorry we dragged you to see this news. I didn't use words. And I said to them, that's all right. We shall overcome. This was in 1989. Charlene Hunter Galt. I don't know if you all heard about him before. The sister from Atlanta, Georgia. And so I said, well, I didn't say anything. I watched it and I was horrified. And I paused for a moment and I cried. And they were feeling really awful, especially when they watched me cry. They picked up over the years about the philosophy behind a Black man crying. It takes an act of the devil of the worst kind to make a Black man cry. So they saw and understood what was going on with me crying as being, of course, the picture showed it very loud and clear. So I absorbed it, and after I calmed down a little bit, I took a phone, and I called, the brothers that I know that probably was watching it. One of them was Brother Professor Len Jeffries. And I called him up, and he picked up and he said to me, "Yeah, I'm sure you saw it, and I'm still trying to recover." And then we called Professor James Small, and he said the same thing. Quite a few of us. So, and Professor Ed Scobie, the elder Scobie. We called him to, and I said, "Well, I guess we don't need to call more. You all know what I like to do, right?" He said, "Sure." And Len Jeffries beat me to it, and he says, "You could use my office." They already knew I was going to gather people together in City College. You could use it. He was then the chairman of the Africana Studies Department. So you could use my office. And elder professor Ed Scobie said to me, "Well, if you set up any organization, you could use my address as your official address for the organization." And he said, "Yeah, my address is 400 Park Avenue. That's what you're going to use. Do you understand me?" Boom! The brothers were all set. We're going to meet, I think it was on Friday, and we're going to meet the next day in City College. So we met, and we really were given the message that no, there was something that was coming up very shortly. And the size of it is depicted by the horror that we just saw with the sister. The one reason why I, as a Black man, and for those of you who have never really concentrated on it, the Black man is the baddest man ever created. So, and it's the Black man that tamed the tiger and the lion and everything else. And so it is hard for a Black man to cry. Taming the tiger is not a trivial exercise. So if that happened, then there is something on the horizon. Because I saw in the sister, I saw my mother laying down on the floor being kicked. And I saw my sister being kicked. I saw my wife being kicked. And I saw an act of the devil. So therefore, what is expected under that circumstance is that for the Black man, the baddest man, to cry is already cursed. It's already cursed. This was 1989. So we said, all right. On Saturday, we came over, boom, boom, boom. Yes. The fire pit was set up, which was going to be the home university for something that I don't know was going to happen yet. And I like this story to be told, collectively and individually through the music that you all are going to organize. This story is a very powerful story. So there's a curse for the bad guys in what happened to the sister that made a Black man cry. And so we ended up the meeting with the 5-page setup. And, God was telling us that, yes, this is going to be the home of the biggest revelation in the history of humanity. Not just history, but past, present, and the future. The history of the future. So, and that was, like I said, in the fall of '89. And a few short weeks, 1990 arrived. And along with this arrival was the arrival of the revelation called the God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, which is a revelation from God to a black man. The same black man that just cried a few weeks prior because his mother, daughter, wife, and others was being kicked on the floor. I revealed to this black man that all infallible truths, which includes all creatures, and all infallible solutions to all problems, past, present, and in future, and exact equations that represent all those infallible truths, originate out of just one invariant, G sub I, with orthogonal components G sub I, J, and because it's invariant, something that its content does not change. A comma denotes a change, that change. When you fix the material I, and you look into that content over an interval of space-time from here to there, that change is exactly zero. That's what God revealed to me after going through this experience, watching the horror in a system. It's the exact equation for the secret code to the universe. And thereby, G sub ij therefore infallible represents what humanity has been searching for in terms of who is God the Creator. God the Creator is the invariant out of whom all infallible truths originate from. Because all of us creatures are infallible truths. God ordered us into existence and we exist. So we came and we originate out of God. And so God, the content of God does not change. However, God's order materializes into creatures. That's what God revealed. That's what this equation represents. An exact revelation of the secret code to the universe. And so, a connection was quickly made. A connection was quickly made with the horror that I just witnessed 3 weeks earlier. please be taking notes of all this, because we're going to translate this into music. But this is what I asked my staff to call KRS-One and get him going on it. So you're all going to bring all these folks together. And the Hypnotic Jazz Ensemble has the unique thing, in terms of really bringing the jazz and hip hop, kind of together. And Brother Blue Pill, I'm delighted that you're already in tune with them. And this is the story. This is our story. This is the human story. Is the theorem of everything. Stephen Hawking of Cambridge never thought a theory of everything was feasible. A theory meaning guesswork. He swore, he said, ironically, in 1991, this came out in 1990. A year later on, he was still oblivious to that, and he was telling his colleagues at Cambridge in what I'm sure you are familiar with, something he did called a brief history of time. He declared that a search for unified theory was impossible, because he said he couldn't see how God, the creator, would allow a creature to be able to see the mind of God and see what was on God's mind while God was creating the universe. And he quickly got a reception, even among the top, professors in Cambridge. Because they say, yes, even if a creature was allowed into the mind of God, because the ability to visualize, whether you're talking about the eyes, the mind's eye, or the regular eye, seeing infinity was always impossible for a creature. So he concluded, and it sounded very plausible. So they believed him. That was 1991. And sure enough, I didn't know it during that time. I was busy with this, with the miracle that God had done. And each time there was a flash regarding what was done to the sister. But I was already beginning to bring both acts together that were diametrically in opposition. You have the worst of the devil, and you have the best of God, the creator. So, however, in 1992, I called the department where Stephen Hawking was located. It's called the Department of Applied Mathematics and Theoretical Physics. DAPT. And I was talking not with Stephen Hawking, I was talking to his senior colleague, another legendary professor called Professor George Batchelor, who had an academic father in Cambridge, Sir Geoffrey Taylor. So he was a senior colleague of Stephen Hawking. So I was talking to him and horrifying him, that I was going to be sending him some manuscript on the solution of turbulency equations. And he basically laughed at me. He was supposed to be the biggest name in turbulence, George Batchelor. And he laughed at me and he said to me, I can assure you, I can tell you that you should never count on me agreeing with you. And in a British dry sense of humor, he threw that around, and I laughed too, you know. And of course, I did send him the thing, and of course, we got going. Meanwhile, they were still trying to deal with what was seen by them as a plausible, you know, conclusion of Professor Hawking, that that searching for the unified field theory was almost a dumb exercise, given the the logic that he just presented. And he had been, you know, actively vigorous in search of that since, you know, for 10 years during that point, because he was awarded this Lucasian professorship. Most of you know it as Einstein's chair in Cambridge in 1981. Okay, shortly after they diagnosed him with the condition that he had. And because they saw him as a very bright hope, you know, as scientists that can actually be successful in finding the unified field theory. And so he was basically giving what people were hoping was, an update of the search, you know, an interim report. Instead, he told them, no, it was hopeless and he was really getting out of it. So they were trying to deal with that. And in many ways, they saw what he was presenting as the result, as an actual finding, that he was successful in determining that it was impossible to find the unified field theory, which is part of the choices or part of the expectations. You know, either he found it or he was able to conclude that it was impossible to search for it. And that's basically, so he was giving a conclusion of this search, that he did the search and this is what he ended up with. So anyway, and I didn't want to jump into the whole story of the theorem of everything. So obviously, theorem, they would probably have hung up on me if I began going to talking about the theorem of everything. Because he had just told them looking for a guess, to guess it was impossible. Okay? So you come around and say, gee, look, guess what? They would have jammed the phone on me. So I didn't bother. So I was, you know, trying to get Professor George Batchelor's attention. And so he started to give me this, you know, his position. I said, no, don't get too hopeful that you can convince me, is what he was saying in terms of how you apply, how you could say you solve turbulence. And there was another legend, Cambridge legend, previously, that had described how hopeless the turbulence equation or solution, solving turbulence as the mathematical problem was. And he likened it to quantum electrodynamics, you know, which is quantum theory and things like that. And he says he was getting old, and he basically was giving them his experience after Horace Lamb. He was telling them, look, he says the way I can get you to get a sense of how difficult the turbulent problem is for those of you who are physicists and have gone into quantum theory. He says, as he is getting older, and looking ahead to when he transforms on. That's the terminology used for passing away or dying. As he's looking ahead to when he transforms on, he's also looking forward to actually talk to the Creator. He was very, very hopeful he's going to heaven. As he approaches heaven, he has a story to tell God about how God allows such difficult problems like turbulence, as well as electrodynamics. And at some point, he looked at both of those problems. And after checking both of them out, he came to a conclusion. They were both hopeless. But he said of the two of them, he was more hopeful he will get somewhere with electrodynamics. And as far as the turbulence goes, it was hopeless. So he considered turbulence more difficult than electrodynamics with quantum theory. So he says, as soon as he was at a point where he could see the Creator, he will have to leave turbulence up to that point where he could get some answers from the Creator. It's another way of saying forget it. So here you have a black man going straight to Cambridge University, to their very best. You can check out George Batchelor. Like I said, he was a senior colleague to Stephen Hawking. They were in the same department. And you understand, so we engage in that. And the holiest decade since the creation is the 1990s as a result of this formula. So I was trying to take in all that was happening. And of course, we had a regular meeting on the Friday in Brother Jeffrey's office in City College. And we're moving on and we're interacting with a lot of our legends. Those who were hanging behind after they killed a lot of them, including Reverend Jackson. Reverend Jackson, we ran into him. John was with me. And he was coming in the ward of Australia, where President Babangida, was staying, was visiting America, and Reverend Jackson was coming to see him, and we already built some computers, what we call Fabric computers, and we were on the streets a lot during that period. It was, you understand, we're very busy. So Reverend Jackson, he was coming around with his two boys, and so I stopped him and I cracked a joke and said, Reverend Jackson. And he looked around and he says, yeah. I said, Reverend Jackson? He said, yes. Where have you been? I knew that would get his attention. I said, yeah, I have been here. Because automatically thought I was accusing him of not showing up. So
Peace, love, and light. Welcome to episode.
And popping up. We already built some computers, what we call Fabric computers, and we were on the streets a lot during that period. it was, you understand, we're very busy. So Reverend Jackson was coming around with his two boys. And so I stopped him and I cracked a joke. I said, Reverend Jackson. And he looked around and he says, yeah. I said, Reverend Jackson? He said, yes. Where have you been? I know that will get his attention. I said, yeah, I have been here. Because automatically thought I was accusing him of not showing up. So, got his attention and talked to him a little bit. I showed him the computer. And he looked at the computer. And he said to me, are you trying to tell me that the black people built this computer? I said, yes, Reverend, that's what I'm telling you. And he looked at it again. And he looked at it again. And he said, And he said, you have to excuse me. We're going to meet again. And I said, by the way, you might as well give me an appointment in your office in Chicago. And he said, sure, call the office. They will have a note to give you an appointment. Are you all following me?
Yeah, we're here.
You're hearing that story, right?
Yes, please continue.
Okay. So, as I was watching him go by and his two boys and everything else, I saw him was puzzled. The whom that he said had something in it. And I took note of that. It remained a puzzle for a while until I finally, it must be, GAGUT inspiration. I finally found out the puzzle. And the puzzle was that Reverend Jackson was one of the right-hand men of a person we call Retired General Reverend Martin Luther King. And Reverend Martin Luther King actually had appointed Reverend Jackson as his deputy on a program called Bread Basket. He was supposed to be in charge of the Bread Basket program. And the Bread Basket came as a result of civil rights was going on and with Reverend King encountering a lot of horrors that many of you probably were not privy to. And it's a long story that I don't have, I cannot cover. But anyway, one of the issues were that, yes, we'll deal with civil rights, but it's going to be basically empty. We will say yes, but we'll mean no. Which is that, yes, Black people will still be doing dirty jobs and so on and so forth. The prisoners of war status, which is what some people call slavery, will still continue. So no Black person is going to be giving any decent job. They're going to be washroom attendants and all that. So what Reverend King did, and this was kept out of the media, so most Black people were not aware of it, was he began something called the Operation Bread Basket. And Reverend Jackson was in charge of it. And through this Bread Basket program, they were going to be getting into productivity. Because productivity is intelligence. And they know in their souls, nobody comes close to Black people when it comes to intelligence. And so we didn't have to put up with dirty jobs. We could do more than being relegated to doing dirty jobs. So we got setting up labs and production units, and they were doing beautifully well. And lo and behold, our enemies saw a problem with the Operation Breadbasket, and they were scared. So that led them into planning the assassination of Reverend King. You may not have seen this before, but then you are talking to Ground Zero. It was not presented in the media like I'm telling you, but Reverend King was murdered principally because of the Operation Breadbasket, because Black people were producing the managers that Reverend King, John Jackson was a big show. When he was seeing the computer, and he asked me, well, you know, you mean Black people? I said, sure, Reverend. I was part of the team. He said, So he was recalling his role as the manager of the Operation Breadbasket. And what shocked him was that a brother who, I was much older than myself. So that, I was, watching and all that I would continue that, because after they murdered Reverend King, the other point that you may not have heard is that Reverend King was also considered running for presidency. So these 2 points were the major reason he was murdered. Make a note of that. So, after they murdered Reverend Dr. King, of course, everybody was scared. And Reverend Jackson abandoned Operation Breadbasket. Another legend who was involved was also a reverend in Brooklyn called Reverend Augustus Jones. That's another legend. He was in charge with the Operation Breadbasket in New York. So anyway, that's another story in itself. And these folks picked up on these vibrations of this formula. So, because they were planning to, produce computers in Operation Breadbasket, so they do not have to go to the plantation for anything. So we were meeting, we're going around the Progressive Baptist Convention and all the others. And the diaspora folks were coming in. We're meeting presidents like Mwalimu Nyerere and Ali Hassan, Winnie, and Obasanjo and company. We're meeting with them. We're meeting the Black Leaders Global and giving them. We're not, see, again, I was busy designing warplanes for the Pentagon during that period also. But as soon as the formula actually came out and the designs were popping out and all that, first thing that collapsed was Soviet Union. Once they got the vibrations of the formula, Soviet Union collapsed. And then apartheid collapsed as well. And so, and every time we get, such a news, the flash go back to what happened in Boston. And the sister laying on the floor, being kicked. And later on, I'll hear the sisters in South Africa going through a similar thing, in the late 80s and so on and so forth. And they were cursing Jim Crow over there and telling them their end was near because they were murdering Black women in South Africa as well. So it was not surprising. You understand me? It was a very fascinating, painful, fascinating experience between 1989 and 1990 when this arrived. And the whole decade of the 90s was hard to describe. It is the holiest, I consider it the holiest decade. In 1999, GAGUT finally exploded because there were a few things I couldn't say because of the security dynamics of the United States. So I will give them the summary and tell them, look, this is what has happened. GIG Commander 0. Telling the story of the Black race and telling the story of humanity. Needless to tell you that most people did not believe what I was saying. But they say, well, I took the position, okay, even if it is wrong, it feels good. That's the feeling. So we'll take that part, and celebrate. Okay, I remember a mayor of New Orleans. I had to think of his name. He was so excited. Jeremy. And he invited us to come on tour in New Orleans city. He was so excited. And everywhere we went, Reverend Lowry, then he was in charge of the Southern Baptist leadership and so on. That's another Reverend King's organization. And so, you understand me, there was a renewed hope. And Reverend Jackson, by the way, had just run for presidency in 1988, his second attempt. We were busy, we were traveling everywhere. And like I said, I was still restricted in terms of what I could tell them. But I was engaged in them. And a lot of meetings were going on. So that is the phase of what happened. Of course, God did not leave me with a statement of a theorem. And the formula itself, GIJ, comma J equal to 0. And the collapsing of Soviet Union and collapsing of apartheid. I remember meeting Winnie and Nelson Mandela, called them Patah generals, in Harlem. And they saw me in the crowd, but they didn't know who I was. And it wasn't clear to me how the details, how the apartheid itself collapsed and how Patah General Nelson Mandela was being released from prison unconditionally. Obviously, it was this formula. It will be another 10 years when I'll be on the Coast to Coast program, where after the presentation and some Dutch guys who were in the crowd, about 28 million listeners from Coast to Coast. And the CIA, ABC was part of the radio stations, airing it. They were disgusted, but they were hanging in there anyway. So a Dutch guy was lamenting very visibly. He was lamenting from his voice, of course. It was a radio program. And basically he said he couldn't believe that the unified field theory was revealed to a black man. Now, the Dutch are the Afrikaners in South Africa. And by this time, of course, apartheid was already theoretically, destroyed. And so he was talking very painfully that he couldn't believe a black man was blessed. That's after listening to the presentation for 4 hours. So that's pretty much that phase. Of course, the proof of the formula itself would also be revealed by God. That's the part which is devastating to those that would like to wish this away, because this is the theorem. The statement of the theorem says all infallible truths, otherwise called theorems, that includes all features and all infallible solutions of all problems, and all the bombs. That's what forced Soviet Union. That's what forced the Soviet Union to collapse, and that's what forced appetite to collapse. It as a ban includes the formula for the atomic bomb from Albert Einstein. John, I hope John can flash that proof so you can all see.
Yes.
So, all right. That's why I hope you are getting your ideas now. How to translate this story into music.
Yes.
Okay. And long live, brother.
Yes. Brother Alkebulan.
Yes, sir.
Well, yeah, brother Gabriel. I'm also remembering Phil Cohen. And that's why I'm so glad to hear you all are in tune with them. Please stay tight with them.
Yes.
Because I was very delighted when they took it up and did it in jazz. Yeah, I wanted something out of in jazz. And of course, you all know who the originator of hip hop was, right?
Yes.
That General James Brown. You understand, man? And I've forgotten the name of those young brothers who were before. I think they were even working with him. I've forgotten the name, and some great brothers, who were doing. They were working with Professor James Brown, at the later stage of the band there, and that's when he was teaching them hip hop. Okay. Mm-hmm. John, do you remember that band I was working with James Brown? Hip hop group. I can't think of their name, but anyway, it will come to an outpass their name.
So, Doc, what is this that we see on the screen? What equation?
This is the proof of J comma J equal to. So this is part of that. In other words, when you state a theorem,
yes,
you have to prove it before it becomes a theorem, a real theorem.
Right.
And before you continue, Dr. Oyibo, just to create a checkpoint for the family. So the last math equation that we are looking at is the equation for infinity.
You got it. You got it. You got it. All I can tell you is you got to get closer. You're going to be translating this, and a few of the brothers globally. Some of you may have heard a group. They were based in England. You may not have heard about them. And they were, I don't know what you call their style of black music, but they were called Usibisa. That's in the UK. And one of the members, most of them were from Grenada. Okay. And the band leader had a son, who is currently in Australia. And he did that song also on GAGUT. So this thing is worldwide. This eruption is worldwide. I want you to make a note that his name is McCagan. You know, they say it's mechanical music or something like that. You know, they did the song G.I.J. comma J equal to 0. So if you put G.I.J. comma J equal to 0, music, it probably will come up. Okay, McCagan, he lives in Australia. But his father, just like the Philco children, his father was a member of the Osibisa band. The Osibisa, you can Google Osibisa, Osibisa, Osibisa. And so that is another phenomenon in itself. So you have, you know, folks that are continuing their father's job or father's legacy, and then encountering GAGUT. You understand? It's simply beautiful, absolutely beautiful. So you understand? So now I have opportunity to even take that legacy to higher grounds. Do y'all understand me?
Yes, sir.
So
Yes.
Eta Soben is the formula. You heard about polymorphism before in Yale.
Yes.
Eta Soben is the exact formula for polymorphisms. That experiment used this formula to determine the action. This is the intelligent quotient. This is actually what is called polymorphism. That's exactly what we're measuring. They measured 28 for Black people. It has a n plus 1. I mean, n plus 1 was 28 for Black people, and it's 19 for Jim Crow and others, non-Blacks. So they verified this formula, and that's where the God order that John was expressing to you earlier comes from. So Yale was compelled by GAGUT. GAGUT came in, you know, beginning of 1990, and then this experiment from Yale occurred between 1996 and 1997. It was published in 1997. 7 years later, GAGUT blew away the so-called European bias, which is the 3/5. Do you all understand?
Yes.
It destroyed it forever. And you heard John reading it for you. It says they had to eliminate the so-called European bias. They had to eliminate the 3/5. You all understand? It's the story going to be passing out and bringing the spirit of James Brown in it, in terms of when he said to me as a young person in the 60s, and the song begins with "Say It Loud." I said, man, I bet what I'm going to be saying loud must be powerful. Do you understand me?
Yes, sir.
The saying loud hit my soul. You understand?
Soul music.
So that transformed into hip hop.
Said, yeah, soul power.
There you go.
What I am.
There you go. And hey, this is a celebration to the Godfather of soul. They murdered him on the 25th.
Right on the cross.
You'll understand. I was trying to send Minister Clanson Brown to Atlanta to tell him that what he was thinking about had arrived, and therefore that we should meet immediately. And as Minister Brown was trying to set up and go down there, they murdered him right quick. You'll understand. So this is the anniversary. Today is the 23rd.
Yes.
He was murdered on 25th. So 25th becomes another big day for us.
Yeah, that's a portal day. It's a Godfather. That's the sun god.
Absolutely.
You know.
Absolutely. You'll understand.
Yes.
Things will
He's
make you know.
melanin personified.
Yeah. This is the piece that you haven't gotten the details. So today you're getting is to make all your notes. Take as much notes as you can. Because in 1974, he will come up with a funky president. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Funky president. This is what created the funky president. In 2004, Jim Crow wrote in their so-called white power paper, and they said, will GAGUT issues influence the presidential elections? They'll understand. That's 2004 in a website called LLPOH, Life, Liberty, and Pursuit of Happiness. Website. Will J. Oyibo GAGUT issues influence the presidential election? That's 2004. And come 2008, boom, the question was answered. Obama became the president, the funky president. You'll understand.
Yeah.
That came in 1974. Yeah, 1974. He predicted, because he saw GAGUT coming in. Do you understand me? He saw GAGUT was only 16 years away. 16 years away. And what was coming? And he was a legend. So, yeah, you understand the funky president? Yeah. Because once you re-engage with your soul, then the truth comes out. And of course, Reverend King was having a battle in 1960, 61 with the Reverend Jackson, not Jesse Jackson, the whole story with the Progressive Baptist Convention and how, there was a Baptist convention that's a Jim Crow type, and then the black branch will be called the National Baptist Convention. And so Reverend King walked over there and he told them, all right, so this is supposed to be a black branch of the Baptist Convention. Then let's deal with civil rights. And Reverend Jackson, a black man, said, hell no, there wasn't going to be anything like that. And a fight ensued. This you did not see in the news. That led to a brother, a reverend, that was there as a young person himself, said yes, it was actually a brawl between the group for Reverend King and the group for Reverend Jackson, who was supposed to be in charge of the National Baptist Convention. And so eventually...
So we all talking about Maynard Jackson, not Jesse, correct?
No, this was Reverend Jackson. This is much older than Reverend Jackson. He was, I don't know, senior, maybe even older than Reverend King. He was put in charge of the black, segment of the Baptist Convention, which was called National, National.
So Doc, with all of this power that's contained within this equation, and we understand that it represents electricity, you know, how can melanated people tap into it? You know, now that we live in the age of algorithms and everything is dealing with computer-based programming, how can we insert this into the digital realm to make it, you know what I'm saying, do what it do on that stage?
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot. Yeah, I mean, this contains all infallible knowledge. That's a band contains all infallible knowledge. And that's why, so this brother, we have to, you know, we have to give you the information to locate the brother McHagan, because he did the machine piece. I thought on the music level, and of course, in every other dynamics. And I would also suggest that if you all have a access to a brother, another brother, Andre Gray, right? His name, that you never heard about him before. Andre Gray. It's another brother who has skills in that electricity, computer connectivity, who I don't believe he has heard about GAGUT yet. So, but when you bring him, and of course there are other legends like Brother Dean and all that, but he's in the corporate world right now. Dean, D-E-A-N. He's a vice president in, let's see, I think it's Microsoft or IBM. But anyway, but Andre Dean is very skilled in the area that you just touched on. You know, a brilliant brother, Andre Gray, Gray. Because every little bit and pieces of all of those dynamics are in Eta Sovereign.
Mm-hmm.
In effect, what Eta Sovereign represents is this is God here, God in God's material and space-time dimensions. And the complexity of God is n+1. So the bigger the n, the more complex piece of God you're going to see. And that calls automatically for a bigger intellectual power to comprehend that complexity. So n+1 measures the complexity of God, and of course it's infinite. That's why it is infinite. And so for you to be able to understand God automatically means that your intelligent quotient has an infinity. You can follow that logic, can't you?
Yes.
Okay. This formula is God revealing God's self to a creature. This is a creature here.
So Doc, I got a question for you. So GAGUT qualified spirituality as a wave,
Absolutely.
right?
Absolutely.
And the wave basically would then represent what we deem as empty space or counter space.
Yes.
Because I know you juxtaposed mythology, religion, and science, and said that they're all speaking the same language in reference to sound. So whether we're talking about the Big Bang, the primordial waters of noon, or we're speaking about the word, it all consists of a sound. So in essence, then it's the loss of what we call inertia that generates magnetism, which we would deem as the physical reality.
Yes. Yes. So that physical reality, Afrotrojan is the stable components of it. You know, Afrotrojan, previously called hydrogen, which is actually hide their origin. So when GAGUT came on the scene, GAGUT told them it was not necessary to hide the origin. It is from what we now call Gagotia or Africa.
Mhm.
So it's Africa, the origin is where, where Atum came from. So therefore, you need to deal with it. So it's, some people call it Africanium or Afrocrogen or Gagotium. It's the same thing. That is the stable building block. This is where the DNA is. The DNA is a composition of that Gagotium or Afrocrogen units. And that's what, because that's the stable component of material, okay, the material world. Okay, when you have subatomic particles, those are not stable. Okay, electron is a wave and it's continuous moving, and so it needs some kind of an organizer to keep it, you understand, it's stable. And so that requires a nucleus, the proton and neutron, and then the electron wave, because electron is actually a standing wave. Okay, you have a wave, building up, they add themselves together. Addition is a word that somebody can understand. It's an addition process of waves. Waves are added, they reinforce ascending points and then neutralize at another point. So when it becomes a standing wave, it's properly synchronized, and the materialization that comes out of that is electron, subatomic particles. But you want to keep it stable, then what you need is a nucleus, that gets it to take a straight line motion around that core, that nucleus, and then it becomes more stable. That just goes on a continuous straight line that it doesn't stay in one place. Okay, so but to have that directs its motion into more stable, and that's what is in here. That's the material world. But it actually came out of space to begin with, in terms of the wave, the original wave, a space, unified wave force field. That's where everything originates from. So by superposing these waves, you get matter. And the stable form of that matter is what we call Afrocrogen or Africanium or Gagotium. Okay, previously called hydrogen. Okay, so that's what the molecules of the DNA molecules are made of. Okay, so that's in here. Okay, so therefore, this is God, and this is also the universe. This is God, and also God and the universe are one and the same.
Okay, I something just came to me.
Okay?
So the primordial waters of Noom, or the waves, is where hydrogen then is manifested out of, or Atum in the Kemetic story.
Yes.
And so for matter to crystallize out of these waves, do they have to follow a specific trajectory in reference to a phi ratio? Do they spiral out of the waves and crystallize once they get very dense? Once these waves begin to coalesce in harmony, called constructive wave interference, they add and multiply their velocities to a point in what scientists call either the Planck dimension and things of that nature. But that would then represent matter. Is basically the point where out of the waves begin to coalesce in harmony to a point.
Yes. So again, so yes, you're talking something here, but which is like a common dynamics in all matter. You understand? In other words, yes, you start from waves, and out of those waves, you weaving matter out of that waves. You're thickening them up. You're materializing them.
Yes.
Adding those waves is a beautiful process. First, when you come on, when you get going with your GAGUT, you're going to see how fascinating that is, how you could build up the waves and get material out of it.
Right, because in essence, they're just adding and multiplying.
That's it.
The velocity and the length.
Absolutely. That's it.
Yes.
Even the music, you all do that in terms of, you understand me? I tell our folks that, talk about drums and how our ancestors use the drums in communications and so on and so forth. And they do that in the singing and all that, Mahalia Jackson. And I was telling them that the part where they talk about and all that, I said, well, that's where they're telling Jim Crow, you're a bad boy, and one day we're going to whip your behind. You understand? They'll understand. That is not spoken actual words. But
right. It's in the tone. You know what it means. Somebody about to get their butt whooped. You need your ass whooped. That's what that means. And it's understood universally, but it's not spoken in word, but in tone.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, but it's all done in those tunes and everything else. And by the way, the last 2,500 years, it was a particular music. A lot of blues were in it. Okay? It was blue pill. You understand me? To really talk about what we're going through. Do you all understand? It was fundamental blues to tell our story of how we chose. You see, Jim Crow walked into 2,500 years ago. They came into our shores on horseback, but naked. And so first thing was, when we saw that, we were horrified. People were so primitive, they didn't even have clothes on. All right? But they were on horseback. And they were coming from colder temperature. So it was horrifying to us, for our ancestors. But Jim Crow didn't stop there. So he walked to us and told us he wants us to give him liberty to steal our land and our civilization and everything else. Otherwise, we should give him death. That's what you hear today in terms of the declaration of Jim Crow. You give him liberty or give him death. But didn't expatiate on the liberty part. But it's liberty to lynch you or steal your things and everything else. So what we did was to say, now, first of all, you're naked. We designed in our regalia. You understand me? So we're not on your level. So you can't come and tell us or give us any orders to give you liberty to steal our land or something like that. However, we will tolerate you until 1990. That's what our ancestors told them. But we're not going to give you death. So in the process, we offer to die in some cases in order to show that we were the real powerful ones. But our power is going to be used where it really matters, not in a stupid way like killing a life. That's what we told Jim Crow. But come 1990, he will be able to know who we are. This is how God introduced the black race. It has been. Because this is the brain of a black man. What Stephen Hawking said was not possible in terms of this is God, allowing God to be seeing through the brain of a creature. That brain is a black brain. That's the brain of a black man telling you that story. So God did allow a black man to see God's mind.
So
in the brief history of time, so Roger said that was impossible.
That's for him.
Now that's it. For him, it was impossible. But for the black, yes, it's a black brain here. You can see it's infallible. This is God, and this is the black brain. What Stephen Hawking said was impossible. Is you're looking at it. The black brain is saw in vividly enough to be able to write the exact formula for what he saw. That's right here. It's the black man, the black brain, and this is God. That's it.
So Doc, with this representing the black brain, and also an equation that will, self-empower the black race, what would represent the geometry, the sacred geometry to this specific equation, if it had a shape?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Because as we all know, shapes, our brains are hardwired to look at sacred geometry in reference to the phi ratio, the GAGUT, and realign us from a neurological perspective. So if we were to create a shape out of this specific equation, I think that would be also too super beneficial for our people, in essence of wearing it on our garments, things of that nature. So what shape would that represent?
We would, because I like to, a brother already, began that process. And it's a brother who was trained in mathematical physics from Cambridge University, Professor Malu. As a matter of fact, if you can Google GAGUT right now, somebody can Google GAGUT, perhaps his piece will come up and you'll begin to see some of that, geometry. Is anybody free to do, GAGUT, put Google or Google browser? If anybody can do it, that will help. Because that's a good question. I remember him talking to me because he reviewed GAGUT. Is everybody able to put it in yet?
Yes. So in Google browser, you said to put in
GAGUT.
Yeah.
GAGUT.
Yeah, I put it in.
Okay, what's the first result that you see there?
I'll tell you right now. It's the writing of the equation.
Okay, but what's the title of that link?
Oh, okay. It says GAGUT, the theorem of everything. This is from the West Side Gazette.
Oh, okay. Is that the first result?
Yes, sir.
Wow. Okay, so that's moving. What's the second result?
Dr. Gabriel Oyibo. It's a YouTube clip. I'm in images though. Should I just be in regular link?
No, go to all of them first.
Yeah. GAGUT, God's solution to man's problem, from the Blueprint newspaper. That's the first one. The second one GAGUT will begin Nigeria's industrialization process.
That's all the results.
Those are the top two, and then everything else underneath it is about something else.
And are you sure this is Google?
Yes, sir.
Google search, brother. Okay.
Huh?
Is that Google search browser?
Yes. Okay. I went to all. Now we are at mathbuffalo.education, review of GAGUT, Department of Mathematics.
Yes. Review of GAGUT. We'll click on that one. Review on GAGUT. And you see Professor Animalu's name. Yes. Yes. Review. The one that said review. Yes.
Yes, it's a PDF. A review of Oyibo's Grand Unified Theorem with realizations of a hierarchy of Oyibo-Einstein relativities.
Okay, hold it there. Hold it there.
Hmm.
You just heard the story there.
Mhm.
Right.
A review, read it again, read the title again, just slowly, and I want you to digest some things there. The story
A review of Oyibo's Grand Unified Theorem.
Yes.
Again, a review of Oyibo's Grand Unified Theorem.
Yes.
With realizations of a hierarchy of Oyibo-Einstein relativities.
That's right. Did y'all hear that? That's part of your story.
Yes.
That's Professor Animalu.
Yes.
Now, if you have another tab, you put him, go on his Wikipedia page, then you know him more. And I think if you could do that, that would be better, because before I go over, what he's saying there in the title for you. So you know yourself, you see with your own eyes. And it's important because the question that you asked, he was wondering about that question. Unfortunately, I just transformed him. So this is a celebration of his life as well. So go on the second tab and, find him on Wikipedia. There's a page on him on Wikipedia. Either you go and then put his name up, copy and paste Animal. You saw his name there, right, as the author?
Alexander, physician, Nigerian physicist.
Okay. Is that on Wikipedia?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So look at the education. His education. He said he has a BSc and all that. Did you see where they write that there?
Yes.
Okay, can you read his degrees? You see what they said? BSc, MA, and all that? PhD?
Give me 1 second. Yes.
Okay. I want you to read those degrees, and then I'll just make a point there for you to understand.
Yeah, I'm looking for the specific listing of the degrees. I don't see that yet.
Is this on Is it his Wikipedia page?
Yes, sir. This is on Wikipedia. Alexander Anamalu, correct?
Yes. Okay. What, can you start reading?
Yeah, they have. Okay. He's a Nigerian academic who was a professor emeritus of physics at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. He holds a BSc London, MA Cantab, and a PhD Idabon.
That's it.
FAS, yes.
MA Cantab. Cantab is...
Yeah, MA Cantab.
Yes, Cantab. That Cantab represents Cambridge. That's Cambridge. That's a master's from Cambridge University in mathematical physics. That's who is doing the review, so you understand. And after he left Cambridge, he went and worked, I think, either Stanford or one of those schools in the Midwest. And then he came to MIT. He spent some time at MIT too as a researcher. before returning back to Nigeria. That's who that person is.
Yes.
Right? Now, if you're not sure about Cantab, you just Google it. They will tell you what Cantab means. That's a short, name. Actually, it was Canterbridge, which is where Cambridge came from. That's a name for Cambridge. But you verify that yourself.
Let me just tell him just a little bit more about the good brother, because he's a dynamic being, a pioneer of solar energy in Nigeria. Namalu is a physicist of international repute, member of the highest advisory body on science and technology to the Nigerian government, honorary presidential advisory council on science and technology, and former director National Mathematics Center, Abuja. The only African member to date of the advisory board of the Euro journal Physica, and the only African member of the editorial board of the Hadronic Journal. He is also the founding editor of the Nigerian Journal of Solar Energy and one of the pioneering editors of the Bulletin of the Nigerian Institute of Physics, foundation president of the Solar Energy Society of Nigeria, foundation editor, Nigerian Journal of Solar Energy, foundation member, United States Energy Research and Development Administration, and foundation member and former president of the Nigerian Academy of Science. Anamalu was author of 28 books in both the sciences and the humanities, including the famous Intermediate Quantum Theory of Crystalline Solids and biographies of Honorable Dr. Nyambi Azekawi, Professor Chiobi, Professor Kenneth Dikai, Professor Samuel Okoye, Professor James Azwelin, Professor Chiwadoku Nawako, Professor Cyril Onuwachacheli, among others.
Okay.
That's one hell of a resume. That's one hell of a resume.
And if you go
to a lifetime, man.
If you go further down,
the totality of our story. These are, we just named some heavy hitters, and all of those people exist within our time-space dimension with mathematic intelligence and brilliance.
And one of the names that you were calling, that's Dr. Azikiwe, was a one-time president of Nigeria. And he went to school here in America, in Lincoln University. And he studied under, another legendary ancestor.
Yes.
He was story as well. Lincoln. Huh? What did you say? What's the name?
I said I heard the story. I don't remember the name.
Yes. Okay. Kaba was learned the information also and shared with others. Okay, it was a legendary ancestor, that I can tell you, one of those legendary, but anyway, if you go further down, they will talk about one of the research papers that he did in that document that you're reading about here. That was cited 729 times. It became a citation classic from Cambridge University Cavendish Lab. Okay, I don't know if you're able to see that, but if you take your time, you'll see it. It says 729 times was cited. It's called a citation classic for Cambridge University. That was one of the papers he wrote. Okay, and like I said, it was associated with Stanford. Worked research at Stanford and MIT before returning back to Nigeria. So that's who's writing that paper. All right. So if you can't find that 79, John will share that with you later. But it's there. In fact, print that page out if you can eventually. So you have that as a document. Then return back now to the other tab with what he was saying when he reviewed that. You understand me? Return back there. So I just summarized what he was saying, the title there for you. You don't even have to read the whole story. Although I wanted you to see the picture, you're going to scroll down eventually after I've gone over the title for you. So that, the geometry that you were talking about before, it's amazing that just like what you just did, that was the first thing that caught his attention. He says there must be some geometry for the black people out of this. Okay?
Indeed.
So you go back on that tab there with the review itself, okay? And then I'll go over by introducing to you what he was saying, the title. You see, I talk about the blues, and I wanted Brother Blue Pill to feel himself in this story, individually and collectively. It was about the blue time that we were going through. And music has a core that is blues. So as you're entering into the GAGUT era, you understand me? You will now have to blend the new experience and the new spirituality that began in 1990. If you like, connected with that 1989 story that I told you with regards to the sister, that was really hinting us of what was coming a few weeks later to begin a new era. So that the music now would now, bring in this new phase, a new spirituality, a new dimension. So as you were asking, yes, what is the geometric shape? Geometry, geometry is because this brother, that's the first thing, because he was so excited when he was beginning to get ideas of this geometry from GAGUT. So therefore, the title that what he's saying is, he's reviewing it. Now, at the time the news hit him, he was in the country of Nigeria, and the University of Nigeria. He was, president of the National Mathematics Center and everything else. And somebody, a brother who was going from Brooklyn to Nigeria, picked up our Times Press article on GAGUT. Okay? And carried it with him and arrived in Nigeria. And Professor Nimalu met, saw him and he showed him the newspaper. That's how he got the news about GAGUT. Professor Nimalu, and he read it. And Brother David Graves, who was a publisher, published the GAGUT equation in there. And to tell you that Professor Nimalu was in a shock is an understatement. He was in a shock. And he referenced, if you look, go down, you will see where he referenced our Time Press. Okay, that newspaper, black newspaper from Brooklyn. I don't know if any of you have heard about our Time Press, probably. Brother Blue Pill, you may have heard about our Time Press.
Yes, indeed. Absolutely.
Well, the story of GAGUT was published first in that newspaper. And people like Daniel Moynihan read it first in our Time Press. And so did Professor Nimalu. So therefore, what he's saying in the title there, because after he read, he told me he was in such a shock, he couldn't recover from it for a while. So the black people that were supposed to be nothing, and they're good enough only to be washroom attendants, and even when the most brilliant surgeons in Johns Hopkins heart surgery operations, they were called janitors and all that. I don't know if you remember some of those stories. You understand? I mean, the surgeon was, his job title was a senator. Sorry, what do you call it? It's a janitor. He was supposed to be a janitor, but he was doing the surgery in Johns Hopkins University. Any of you remember that story? Any of you remember that story in John Hopkins?
Not necessarily.
Okay. John, what was the name of the surgeon that was black surgeon that was called a janitor in John Hopkins? Vivian Thomas. Yeah, the name of the brother was Vivian Thomas.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, we have that kind of experience. He was the surgeon. He was doing the surgery, legendary surgery, but his job title was a janitor. So when he saw this newspaper, and that's why he referenced it, and the most brilliant physicists and all that in the world are reading it, and they're reading a black story. GAGUT is a black story. You understand me? It's our story. So what he's writing in the review there, the title, what he's saying, all right, a review of Oyibo's Grand Unified Theorem with realizations of Oyibo-Einstein relativities. What he's saying there, in science and common experience, the name that comes first is called the senior author. You familiar with that, right? Are you familiar with that? When you list two names on a writing paper,
yes,
the first name is the senior author.
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's like a father and a son, or a father and a younger brother. So, as you can see from his credentials, he's credentialed enough to know who is the senior author and the junior author, wouldn't you say? Based on what you heard about him, right? In the physics paper. It's important that you pick this up. It's very critical. Because the whole story in that newspaper is summarized in that title. So, yes, you have heard about Einstein and relativity, right?
Yes.
But you never heard, do you understand? You never thought there was even another name associated with relativity beside Einstein, right? That's reality, right? That's the story, right?
Yeah. If not left to us knowing about you, yes, there would be nothing to indicate anything remotely, of that existence ever existed.
That is what you're witnessing. In other words, not only is there another name to relativity beside Einstein, no, the name that's associated with relativity beside Einstein is bigger than Einstein. That's what he just told you in that title. But in reality, is much bigger. And he comes from Cambridge, meaning that this culture, the Cambridge culture, is to understate the truths. You understand me? In other words, what is stated as an understatement. This is what he was talking about in that title. Etas of Ben is all the knowledge, past, present, and future. So Einstein will be past knowledge. Relativity comes out of this formula. Oh man, look. N is the totality of knowledge, because God is the totality of knowledge. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
God not only has the totality of knowledge, God is the totality of knowledge. Exact knowledge. Otherwise called theorem. So I understand. I'm gonna stretch your imaginations. because that's what you did. That's the realm you are in. And the questions that you're asking are very appropriate. So now, the totality of knowledge is what, because God is the totality of knowledge, which is part of why Stephen Hawking was saying, no, God is not going to allow a creature to harm the totality of knowledge, because that's what God has. What is hard for creatures to understand is that God doesn't just have knowledge. God is knowledge, God's self. And that's why this represents God, because this is all the infallible truths. Okay? All the infallible knowledge. That's it. God contains that, because God is that. So Stephen Hawking says, even just the most infinite size of it cannot fit into a finite human brains. That's why he sounded plausible. He sounded believable. But so therefore, how did God allow God, the totality of God, to fit into a finite creature's brain? That is the miracle. And the miracle is wrapped up in terms of its secrecy and hidden code in this N here. N represents what is called a sequence, infinite sequence. That sequence is what's represented exactly by this formula. That's how it's able to fit into the brain of a black man. All you need to do right now is to get a sense of what I just said. And that suffices. And it will take you another couple of decades before you begin comprehending it.
And I think it's important too, Doc, we keep referencing Cambridge as well, or Cambridge, how it all originated from Timbuktu and from the Oxy Bridge, or from the
yes,
Oxbridge.
Yes, Oxbridge.
Oxbridge. Absolutely. And I know you referenced too, it all ties in as well to Queen Elizabeth's great grandfather.
Absolutely.
What was his name? King George II.
That's correct. That's correct. Well, see? Okay, you picked up quite a bit, brother. What's your name?
Alkebulan.
Ah, yes. Okay. How long have you been working with Brother BluePillar?
I've been following Blue, I would say, for at least longer than that. It's been a while. I would say at least 7 years. But me and Blue has been working together for about a year now.
Okay. I hope you all stick together, because as you can see, you have work to do, right? You have work to do, because you got to translate this to the brothers and sisters. Sanetta certainly going to need help from you all, because he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand. He needs some help. So now, yes, what you say, most of our folks, when you hear the history of Jim Crow and all that, you don't know the details. They give you basic thing that makes them look good, and they stop there. Yes. Timbuktu was dismantled.
Right.
And then popped up Oxbridge. That's Oxford, started as Oxford first, and then Oxford branches into Oxford and Oxbridge. I'm sorry, Oxford and Cambridge, or Canterbridge.
Right.
That's where the Cantab come from, Canterbridge. So now, so what is stolen from Alkebulan was the original name. Eventually works its way to the Ma civilization, Ma from where mathematics came from.
Right.
And then Kemet and all that. And the Gala land. You know, Gala land is also an original name. Gala, the Gala Gichi. Okay, you want to know who you are and you are here in America, go know more about Gala Gichi. Because they transform our story from Alkebulan down to South Carolina.
Exactly. And that's the point that I wanted to hit for the family. Again, that these sciences, these mathematics, and these formulas, they all originate from the motherland. You know, so we're talking about Cambridge, and we're talking about some of these pristine colleges. You know, these are built off the backs of our intellectual property by way of, again, speaking on mathematics. You know, so I think that's key to understand.
Well, so that's why I say you have work to do. Because, you see, I heard a brother that needs your help, obviously, guy called Reggie Marbury, come out. Well, you know, you making a big deal about the God get you. So that's the brother that doesn't know much. He needs help.
Right.
We would have lost quite a bit had it not been for the Gala Getche. And Gala are the most stubborn black men. I'm Gala myself. You understand? They're so stubborn. You can't beat their brains out of them. It's not possible. They are the baddest black men. You understand? Women as well. So they told that story from Alkebulan, Gala land. Ethiopia is called the Gala land. So when you hear about Gala, get you talking, you know, it's what is called Ethiopia, that's Gala land. And Alkebulan, that is the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And the mass civilization, the cradle of civilization.
Yes, sir.
And, you know, walked their way to Timbuktu, and in that era, you know, Timbuktu University, and was dismantled, and, you know, went on not only Oxbridge, but, you know, Torino, Italy, Sorbonne in France, and, you know, Göttingen, you know, in Germany, and all that. And so at some point, Germany was searching for some thing with regards to the solar system and so on, gravity, and they wanted to understand the movement of the planets around the sun and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And Kepler was one of their researchers. They made a breakthrough in terms of determining, you know, that the path of the planets around the sun is elliptical.
Mm.
And Newton in Cambridge found the inverse square law, you know, in terms of the force between, the gravitational force between the planet and the sun, the star, is inversely proportional to the distance between them, to the square of the distance between them. And so in other words, Cambridge, through Newton, had the relationship for the force, or expression for the force, but the Germans, in terms of Kepler, determined the path under the influence of that force, okay, which is elliptical. So, And the part I haven't talked about is how Timbuktu was also transferred into America.
Mhm.
It was done by a black man, Retired General Booker T. Washington. And they called it Tuskegee University. So a black man did participate in the, not the dismantle part, but the symbolic transfer of what was going on in Timbuktu. That was what Tuskegee represents. And that's what attracted Retired General Washington Carver into Tuskegee. When they established it, it was the Timbuktu. Let me go over that again. When Tuskegee was established by Booker T. Washington, along with the very, very quick cooperation from Washington, Retired General Washington Carver. And I've told some of you the story about Retired General Washington Carver that many, many of you never heard. And I remember telling the story in the GAGUT class. The brother from Missouri broke down, he cried, and he cried because he said he thought he was the biggest expert on Retired General Washington Carver. He said, but what I just told him, he never heard before. And he broke down crying. Minister Brown, I think was that. I think he may have even filmed it. So, yes, there was a transfer of Timbuktu to America. And it was Booker T. Washington. And the university was Tuskegee. Please make a note of that. Tuskegee was the transfer, just like this. So now, well, Retired General Washington Carver did the peanut butter and 324 other products from peanuts alone, right in Tuskegee. That's when it was a transfer of the university from GAGUT or Africa. Okay, now there was no other university in this country that even came close to doing that kind of miracle. 325 products from peanut alone. And each of them was worth a Nobel Prize. Of course, Jim Crow would not give him, but he created a nightmare for Jim Crow, so there was no way they were going to give him a prize. And sure enough, he saw, but most of you will say, oh yeah, he lived in the 1800s. No, he was in the same age range as Albert Einstein. They were in the same generation. And Washington Carver transformed on in 1943, and Einstein was, I think, 1955. So they were not that far apart. And he won the Nobel Prize. But what our ancestors did was, and that is just from peanut alone, but he did all the things from sweet potato and all that were not counted. And each of them was, at least in those days, worth a Nobel Prize. So anyway, so back to Queen Elizabeth's story. So King George II, as a result of this, discovery dynamics, they colonized England. King George II was both the King of England as well as the King of Hanover.
And they made it into a colony, right?
Yeah, it colonized England. That's for sure. That nobody stretches that for you, but that, in other words, the Germans are the boss for the Jim Crow world in terms of Europe. It's rich. And therefore, Göttingen is actually it took over from King Oxbridge. Okay, Oxbridge became second, and Göttingen took over. So the declaration, as John, indicated, he shared with you earlier from Göttingen, that's a big part of our story. Okay, the Göttingen piece that he was explaining to you is the revision of Berlin Conference. In 2005, they had the Göttingen Conference to revise and reverse and invert the Berlin Conference. Berlin Conference was established in order to justify the taking of our ancestors as prisoners of war globally. And so when you've understood that, then you know that the word slave can never be used for Black people. It's forbidden because it's a rotten fraud. It's not possible to associate the word slave with the Black people. The only way you can associate the word slave for Black people is if you can associate the word slave with God. Since that is impossible, it's not possible to associate the word slave to any Black person. And one of the proofs of that is this here, what you see. It's infallible proof. Let me take you to the world of Einstein, what Professor Nimalo was saying. Oyibo Einstein's relativities. Every relativity is expressed in terms of n. Einstein had a relativity of n equals 0 and n is equal 1. That's all he had. Are you there? Oh, you are still in the shock. Einstein's discovery is reproduced from eta sub n when n is equal to 0. That is what special relativity, and when n is equal 1, which the general relativity, that's the one that deals with gravity. Newton is also recovered from this formula when n is equal to 1, because it's also gravity. So all those legends that you have heard about Newton and Einstein comes out of eta sub n when n is equal to 0, when n is only 2. Whereas in the whole universe, n goes from 0, or actually minus infinity, to plus infinity. So comparing their collective work and revelation and knowledge compared to what has been revealed by God to a Black man and the Black race, by extension, is trying to compare two values of n, that's 0 and 1, compared to infinity. So when you compare 2 to infinity, that's very, very close to 0. In other words, if you divide 2 by infinity, you know that the approximate result is 0. So it's as if, even for the general humanity, before 1990, before this formula came out, the collective knowledge of humanity is around the 2 point of n. So it's approximately 0 compared to what God has now revealed. Therefore, The questions that you're asking before are very, very appropriate, very relevant. So what do we do now? 1990 and the next decade are extremely holy because of this revelation. So you have taken a giant leap, so giant that is light years different from what you were before 1990. That is what God is waiting you to express now. That's the realm, the age that you are now in. And that's why you're seeing our folks are picking up on it. We search the literature, trying to find out where music have been sung on revelations in mathematics before. We couldn't find many. I know in the Wild's piece, they did some Hollywood with it and all that. But having actual name music dedicated to it, that would stand very apart, totally apart from the others. And our people are expressing it. Okay? And that's very, very important, extremely important.
Right.
So then there's a new twist. Therefore, the music now, okay, now must reflect that. You know, I was watching a video from Brazil, and they were playing either the hypnotic GAGUT music that John played before, or another one, the one that's called Oyibo. And it was in a large hall, and they had an orchestra and all that playing the whole process. And so I was tuning into it, and so I said, gee, I wonder, you know, who are these Black people that are playing this thing here? To a total shock, I could hardly identify one Black person, even though it's in Brazil. They were non-Blacks. Glued to this music. It's like a concert. They were playing it, of course, but it was a whole large hall. And they were immersed in it. You know, it's like how we express our soul and everything else. Very deeply involved in it. And I was shocked because I thought being in Brazil, that was going to be a Black crowd. It was not a Black crowd. I couldn't identify one single Black person in the group. And somebody was talking about how big the hypnotic jazz ensemble turned once they went outside of America and all that. That is a very real story. That's how popular they are in Europe and everywhere else. You know, with the songs that include the GAGUT songs. So this is expected, according to our story. It's expected and it's coming out, but that is why. So human contribution to infallible knowledge before GAGUT are summarized in two ends fundamentally. Two ends, 0 and 1. And the expansion of the whole universe in terms of the totality of God, you could imagine, you would expect, yes, God is infinite, you know, and it has to be infinity. That expresses God and the universe. And all of it was revealed to a creature, a Black man, and don't you forget it, a black man.
And Doc, I wanted to touch on something really quick.
Go ahead.
Einstein, the fact that I found out that he never figured out the solution to infinite compression, which technically would be gravity, because gravity would just represent charge acceleration or dielectric acceleration towards the vacuum density at quantum level. So in essence, wouldn't gravity be a representation or be a manifestation of charge acceleration towards center, and charge acceleration towards center also be the cause of consciousness? Because it would take a centripetal convergence. It would take a centripetal convergence towards center. So then my theory would be gravity basically is just, it's infinity, but infinity beginning to accelerate or spiral inward, which again would represent a dielectric acceleration or a charge acceleration towards center.
Yeah, yes. Well, what was done here? See, this is a geometric expression, which is exact. Okay, now this is the material. So material, there's material and space-time, and it's all unified. This is the unification. God is the unification.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, this is God. So you can differentiate the material dynamics, for example. You have electric charges will respond to electromagnetic field. And anything with mass will respond to gravity field. But the dynamics of the response is in the material.
Mm.
So therefore, when you unify the material, G sub nj, then in effect, because this is a common denominator, so when this is unified, then you've unified the whole thing.
Right.
Which is in effect what you express, because when n is 0, that's electron, that's a subatomic particles, all right? And their normal motion without any additional field is straight lines. A straight line. So you can see that geometry in that straight lines when n G sub 0j, and will be 0, so xj to power 1.
Right.
That's linear, which is why it's called straight line or straight surface.
Right.
Okay, so electromagnetic waves do propagate like that.
Mm. Like a straight line, you're saying?
Yes, because the the light waves propagated from the sun to the planets in a straight line.
So technically then that would be longitudinal waves, or what they call scalar waves.
Yeah, but the front of the wave, travels in a constant speed, so it comes out on the straight path, to the planet.
Right.
So it's a straight line, in other words. So that is seen here. Okay, so you can see that in subatomic particles, and the subatomic particles that convey, which is embedded here, the material part of that's embedded here. The subatomic particle that conveys the light waves is the photons. So you're going to see the photons going on a straight path, coming from the sun to the planet. So you can, and all subatomic particles, unless they're subjected to additional, field, would basically transmit in that form. So quantum dynamics of subatomic particles pretty much, fit into the straight line geometry.
Right. And
Now,
that technically would be because it's instantaneous action at a distance. So it's almost like when we step outside and we feel the light from the sun, it's instantaneous.
okay.
It's something to be so far, but we feel it the whole time we're outside. It's like it's action at a distance.
The action at the distance, you understand, is, so when Newton was, okay, so if you make N1, okay, then what you see here is xj squared. All right. And of course, eta sub n tells the whole story. In that, in other words, when, we have a linear and it's a straight line, this will be a constant. But when this is constant, in the case of n is equal to 1, what you have is elliptical paths, within which you see a circular path, and a parabolic path that's open-ended, and a hyperbolic path.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
You understand? But
Yes.
in the analysis before GAGUT, so in other words, you're looking at subatomic particles at n is equal to 0, atomic particles, okay, which is also 1, but that's the subatomic atomic particle level where you have Afro-Croatian, okay? It's a similar to the solar system dynamics, okay? So for n equal 1, you have the atomic level and the solar system level.
Yes.
Which is the macro level. But so all this come out of eta sub n. God beaming it right into the brain of a black man. So don't you ever disrespect yourself. When you're tempted to do that, go have this picture like Brother Philip Matthews says. He has the picture of GIJ command equal to 0. Right, next to his bed, and he wakes up to it and he does the rituals with it. So when you have a temptation to talk the BS about slavery and all that bullshit or colonization, Göttingen has changed that story. And praise God for the Galantici. Go tell Reggie of Marbury, he needs to study. That's what I told him, and he was trying to fool around. Go study GAGUT and know who you are.
Right.
Gala and Gitch are not a trivial story for us here. It disproved the Kenta Kunta story. Okay? That a black man can be beaten to submission. No, you can't do that. Unless, and there's a Gala saying back where I was born that says what the Gala cannot do, it isn't because he couldn't do it. He just refused to do it. That's a Gala proverb. That's who you are.
Indeed.
And they sang that tune for me when I arrived. Minister Brown and I arrived in the country of Nigeria in 2004 for the 30-day defense of these equations, where they had the worst critics and haters of black people gathered to challenge GAGUT. You understand? This was the most devastating part of the critics. When they saw this formula, they just freaked out. because I'm just reproducing Maxwell is here, n is equal to 0. Okay? Einstein is equal to n equals 0 and 1. Newton, n is equal to 1. You understand? And God brought, so when you talk about the unification, as you indicated, that's it. That's the whole everything is here. Everything, past, present, and future.
Mm-hmm.
Is complete, but it is exact. And that's the one that freaks them out. It freaks them out like hell.
I got it. So N1 is the straight line.
No, n equals 0 is a straight line.
N equals 0 is a straight line.
Yes, it's a straight line or straight surface. And of course, that's where the pyramid comes from. So now you can go ahead and you got to make a demand to Brother York be released immediately.
Gotcha. And the hyperbolic geometry you reference as well.
Yeah, well, so you see why, you know, so yeah, there's work to be done. And so therefore, that this what compelled the spirit of King George II. Because what was done in Göttingen was, you know, because Göttingen University is actually called August George II University of Göttingen. The great-grandfather of Queen Elizabeth founded the University of Göttingen. That's why King George has to step down once they colonized England. Oxford has to step down to number 2. Göttingen took the first position. Of course, Gauss became the greatest mathematician, taking over from Newton. And so what happened in 2005 in Göttingen was Gauss was being celebrated, and because of this equation, Gauss and GAGUT was also celebrated, because this became the center of the show. Do you all understand?
Yes.
So this is not a small story by any stretch of imagination.
No, it's major.
It's a story that can never be, you cannot complete telling it. So you got to get, and you must go at it with all this.
I can't wait to see it on the screen. It's playing out in my mind, very visual. People need to see it recreated just like that, you know.
You really need to get hold of those brothers there. I was very impressed with KRS-One. And you have to get hold of them. This is party time. Call it go back.
We will.
Yeah. So
they're gonna do the soundtrack for the movie.
Okay, I know Snipes have been on the attack. Try and get hold of Brother Glover, Danny Glover.
Danny Glover, yes, he will play an amazing Dr. Oyibo.
That's right.
Yeah, he
That's
will.
right. Hey, you know, there's a brother not so conscious. Another one you need to teach was
yes.
John. What was his name? The one from UK.
Idris Alba.
Ah.
He would play a good Oyibo as well.
Well, this one already played. John, who was a brother from the UK that was playing my role in the Interstellar, a Yellow War. You ever heard?
Oh, yes. Brother, yes, they had you in Interstellar.
Find
his mathematics and his calculations.
Get into the corner and indoctrinate him. Let him understand better. You understand? He needs to get more conscious. You understand? Do you understand that?
So Doc, we near the 4-hour mark, you know, and we wind down the program. What would you like to leave the listeners with, and how can an aspiring student get in contact with you for your academy?
Yes. Well, you need to get involved with GUBAP, which is the GAGUT ultimate human blessing award party. So, you know, and I hope that you can get all these brothers and sisters together to do that, because see, the spirit is there already, okay? But they need to be informed, and you know, they need to hear the stories spoken, the language, okay? And when we say language, even local language, like folks get embarrassed by some of our folks in the South, you know, and they you know, get you, they say the accent and everything. You understand all those little things. They don't know that we have to understand that language so we can learn more. Do you understand me? It's not an issue of being embarrassed. Do you understand? There's nothing embarrassing about people talk, because it is those state language through which they're able to communicate the learning that they acquired. So you need to be able to understand that language and communicate with them this story. They're waiting for it, okay? They're waiting for this story. And the connectivities on both sides of the Atlantic and all that are very, 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 very critical, okay? So that says that you need to understand how the totality of knowledge, past, present, and future, and absolutely in the New Testament, which is how it infallibly proved the GIJ command equal to 0. Because the theorem says all knowledge, all infallible knowledge, all exact knowledge of the totality of God, in effect, of the universe, originate out of one invariant GI. So talking about component GIJ, and they change GIJ comma equal to 0 when you fix the material. Equals 0 exactly. That is what you call the differential geometry expression, meaning the totality of mathematics, past, present, and future, and totality of knowledge. Exact knowledge, that meaning is an exact equation. Whether you're talking about history or psychology, all those saying about, well, those are social science, liberal arts, you can't express them. Mathematics is being blown away. They are all embedded in the ether of them. All of them. So that field hasn't started yet, because they're still treating some subjects as subjects you can't express in mathematics. That's wrong. So you're looking direct in the face, you're looking at God. This is God here. So you're able to see God through my eyes. So that's now you're seeing along with me, seeing God. Therefore, that's what you need to be expressing right now. Your genius level now go much higher. It's catapulted. Light years jump. So therefore, tell Jim Crow to mellow down and learn at the foot of the black people. Because we have work to do. We need to visit the next solar system in a few decades. That's 4 light years away. Make a note of that. And this is how we're going to go there. That's when it's going to take us there. You don't just hit some little tiny moon here. Do you understand me? Or some little planet, and you say, gee, you step into space. You haven't moved anywhere. Go to the next solar system. And along a particular straight line in Eta Soben, you're going to see a lineup, an infinite lineup of the stars. along one straight line. In front of them, we need to step on the first one in a few decades. And the music need to bring all that together so that people will get the sense of direction where we're supposed to be going. This is the pathway. So therefore, stop this little thing and get cracking with the real story, the real order from God, because this is God ordering us in terms of what God created us to do, which is to glorify the Almighty God. Yes, you need to explore the creation so you can know who your creator is, and through that process you know who you are. Don't hold down, don't hold back the glory of God that's inside of you. Don't hold it back. Let it shine. You can do a lot more that you can do right now in terms of your creativity and letting that light of God shine in you. But you got to find out more. You can't be stuck with just this one whole solar system, because then you will not know what your creator is. You will not know what you're still holding back in yourself. That's fundamentally the message. But you must learn GAGUT 24/7. You must come into the briefing, your life-preserving briefing, so that you can rise. 100 years, your regular years, is what counts a one GAGUT year of existence. Most of the world are transforming on before they're even 70. Jim Crow was planning Black people to start disappearing from the Black men, especially at the age of 29. This formula is what ended that project. 29 years, a Black man should be dead by that age. But now, the 29 is talking about has to be counted in 100. So you multiply 29 by 100. Are you listening to me?
We hear you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That is the story. You need to shake up the shackles of battle fatigue. Because you are a GAGUTian. Brother Peter Tosh said when folks were struggling and say, yeah, well, who am I and all that. He says, if you're a Black person, you are an African or GAGUTian now. You're all GAGUTians. And GAGUTians, live. So in other words, you can reproduce the pyramid now just with data of 0 and data of 1. Exactly like it was done. And the numbers are, you need to write this down. 3, 4, 5. And I'm not going to say any more than that on the next class. 3, 4, 5 is what you need to reproduce the pyramid like our ancestors did. Out of it, that's a man. 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5. So, Brother York need to come out. Y'all understand?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we have some incredible projects ahead of us, and they're all embedded in here. God's light must shine. That's the God order. Please take this thing very seriously. Dream about it. Dream about this formula. Make sure you have this formula. You need your GAGUT shirt. Did you tell John tell you that yet? You need your GAGUT shirt. Okay? You need your GAGUT shirt. You must. That's our uniform. That's our uniform. People like Wikipedia, they trying to block black people from getting soaked in GAGUT. And Monsieur Kaku is there trying to pretend he's friendly with black people and trying to steal the formula. Wear your GAGUT shirt so you can fail GAGUT and tell Jim Crow and Monsieur Kaku, no, you don't have the intelligence to even wear the shirt. It won't fit you.
Can't even pass the intelligence test to get the shirt on.
Absolutely. And there's a large gap between 28, which is an understatement, and compared to 19.
Yes.
So it won't fit. It won't fit.
It won't fit.
A sister was browbeating a brother one time, and he called him names, she called him names and everything, and the brother says, "Gee, sister, you're being unkind," and the sister says, "Yes, if it fits, wear it." So the brother says, "But it doesn't fit," and she goes, "Wear it anyway." So it doesn't fit. You're going to be wearing an attire that doesn't fit you. Do you understand me? But wear it anyway. That would make you think twice, And the point is, they try to wear the attire of black people. It doesn't fit. Do you understand? They can't fit into this. Too large for them. That's why Stephen Hawking says this could not be revealed to any of them. So Mitchell Kapu doesn't fit you. It's going to be oversized. You can't be seen in the wearing of the GAGUT shirt. So as you can see, we haven't even started, the story yet. But there you go. You got a taste of it. Okay. But okay. So now you're going to do that yourself. Good. That tab that you had open for Professor Nimalu's review.
Yes.
The geometry is there. I don't know if you can scroll it down. You will see a geometry. He had a picture of Einstein and a picture, one picture of me too. But below that, he plotted this geometry shape. See if you could do it. If you can't do it, because we're out of time, continue. Go down the document. You're going to see the geometry there. That's the image there, the geometric image there. That he was evolving from GAGUT, because like I said, the humanity had only dealt with n is equal to 0 and n equal to 1, and they were only just a very tiny part of it. So now that he has GAGUT, and
yes,
it's a very
I see the image.
Okay, all right. So that's what he plotted. He was able to see when he made n equal 2. When he made n equal 2, that's the image that began evolving. And so their knowledge, the knowledge before GAGUT, they had no clue about that part because there were no equations. When you begin to hear some of the details here, you're going to be shocked for days. It's so hard to tell the story, so you can feel it. It is so big. It's so big. It just blows you out of your mind, all proportions. That's what we do. So when he called me, he said a very brilliant bro. Unfortunately, passed. It transformed on a year or two ago. And nobody even told me. I just found that out recently. So since they used to 0 and 1, there was nothing to give them anything beyond 1. And but he took the geometry, took it up geometrically from GAGUT, and he began to see the things they could not see before when he made n equal 2. And then tried, and that's the world they never saw before. They never saw, and he was in a shock. And anytime they interviewed him, he said, look, you all can give one excuse or another why you couldn't comprehend GAGUT or whatever. He says, but there's one thing that he has seen that is sure. He says, yes, GAGUT takes you beyond Einstein, which is part of why he was saying Oyibo first. Oyibo is felt like a grandchild of Einstein. You understand? So why would Oyibo, Oyibo come first? That is why, because he's comparing 2 to infinity. Comparing 2 to infinity is just too much. Too much. So he plotted, when he began to see the world that never existed before. Some of those is what he plotted there. All right? And they're still evolving. But it has no end. Because n is infinite, and that's where you see the whole universe. So the straight lines that I was telling you before, that the straight lines are 350 or 360 degrees. Okay, and you're talking about multi-dimension. Do you understand me? So along each of those straight lines are a line of stars, infinite stars. So God wants you to begin that journey to go into that kind of phase, so you can see the glory of God in this geometry. This is the totality of algebraic geometry. What you had G, I, J, comma, J equal to 0 before is the differential geometry. Jazz in God. And folks take offense for God. That's because they're learning from somebody else's writing. G and J are the same letter. They are interchangeable. So when you hear God, you hear a Jah with an additional letter D there. It's Jah, Joja, Jah. And that's where the geometry comes from, because this is God. Geometry is the study of God. Geometry. Jah. That's Jah right here. Y'all understand?
Yes, my brother.
So there's nothing foreign about it. This is us. So you're going to be transforming, but you must stay 24/7 with it. That's okay. And tell Mr. Okago it's too small to even think about. That's okay. Let alone try to steal it. They'll understand. It takes you all have to go and talk to him. Talk to him. It's not in the same. You have to be a member of the chosen race for you to get the sense of what we're talking about here. Okay?
Yes. So, Brother Alkebulan,
Yes, sir.
do you have any summary words or questions or comments that you might want to put on the record?
Yeah, I just, want to say this is, an honor. It's a full circle moment, for me. I presented this concept of, actually bringing you on and speaking with you about a year ago. Me and Blue are in the process of putting together a very monumental, I would say, company, but it's a lot bigger than that, And when I presented it to him, we gave it the name Naga. And one of the first, or if not the first names that popped up in our head in reference to people that we need to speak to was, Dr. Oyibo, in reference to the mathematics and what we're trying to apply with Naga as a scientific, base, having a scientific basis in reference to, cosmology and mathematics, so it's a full circle moment. So I just wanted to, say, again, it's an honor. All the information that you presented to us and the family, I'm going to personally take in and digest, and I'm gonna continue to work, with this formula, and really try to master it, So without further ado, that's pretty much all the questions that I asked in the actual conversation that I have.
Yes.
We praise God. We praise God for that. Praise God.
Yes.
Praise God. And that's very nice to hear. And those were very good questions. And pile some more next opportunity. Same one, because everybody learns when questions are asked. And so
Yes.
on. So that's very good. That's very good.
Yeah.
Yes. So again, this has been a wonderful opportunity for the people to see your mind, and take a journey with you through the interstellar spaces of the imagination, finally being able to see themselves, if not through an equation, right in their own mind when they close their eyes. You give people, the ability and the license to see themselves, 8 million feet again.
Mm-hmm.
One with the high, no limits. Take the ceiling off and just expand yourself as far as the mind can go. That's where you can touch the edges of this universe, and there are no limits. So thank you so much for who you are, what you have done for us. The freedom, the emancipation you have bestowed upon the melanated mind that has been locked in 32 degrees of frozen Masonic rituals to keep this truth from people's about who you are.
Praise God.
These sciences and these arts are hidden, but with the GAGUT,
Yep.
could none deny that the sun has risen. So no matter what they've hidden, the sun has risen, and we rejoice, we honor you, we sing praise to your name. And like I said, I'm gonna see to it that we see this on film, man.
Absolutely.
I don't know how people feel about Will Smith, but he pulled off King Richard, and then I seen him pull off the movie. He played the Nigerian doctor. He was talking about the NFL and the CTU.
Oh, really? What can you do? How do you find out about that?
Huh?
Which I don't think we've seen that yet. That's a movie.
Yes, a Will Smith movie. Yes, he's playing a Nigerian.
Is that recent?
Yeah, it's called Concussion.
Concussion.
Yeah, massive.
I'm pretty sure John probably is aware of that.
He really has the ability to go into character and marry it with the passion to redeem our people's story. He does that. And there's a few actors I can visually in my mind see, giving your role, your entity, some service, your vehicle,
right?
The electrical vehicle that's running on all cylinders, giving these people the business. We got to show that.
And by the way,
go to Oxford, pushing over libraries like this. You ain't gonna need this shit no more.
Well, somebody reported over here and said that you all are doing some wonderful thing. You have a school over there. We need some more information in regards to that school. And a company or something like that's going on. We've been getting some reports. Okay, so you need to give us some more information in regards to that. In addition, it's also important for you all to join the proposition to set up the formula, the two formulas here, a statue for the GAGUT, a big statue on it in Washington, D.C. And John will send you an example of what the Jews did with the formula of E=mc² in Berlin. And our folks are saying, yeah, the GAGUT formula needs to be placed just like that in Washington as well. That is something that will require your participation in light of all this. And so,
yes, we will definitely happen, and we're gonna make that a reality. We'll make it happen.
Right.
John, okay, come and come and hear their last comments, and so you also keep a note in terms of their observations and so on and so forth. I want John to hear, some of this dynamics, because that has been on his mind as well. And I told him to pass it on to you all, but also that you get hold of KRS-One.
Yes.
And hypnotic just an example. I kind of have feeling that Blue Pill will have a contact with.
Yes, I will activate the channels and make it happen. Say no more.
Okay, John is here. I want you to go over what you were saying again, so John can hear himself. In regards to, and then you're going to give us additional information on the project. The brother called here, and he's a business brother, and he told us what you are doing with the school, and so on and so forth.
Yes, we would definitely follow up with you and give you all of the information. Yes. And we're going to be in contact. There's a lot that we're going to discuss. We don't have to discuss it right here, right now.
Okay, gotcha.
We will definitely be following up and continue to edify the work, the miraculous work that you have done, that you are doing. Yes. And again, this is inaugural first episode for our new podcast, What's the Science? Yes. So, you know what I'm saying? This becomes the emanating being. This becomes the ray of light that everything will emanate forward from. So
absolutely.
It's consecrated. It's a cornerstone. It ain't going nowhere. And we're fully fixed and foundated, you know what I'm saying, in this mission and this movement to show and prove unanimously, with infallible truth.
Absolutely. And don't hold back. Don't hold back. Don't hold back either. That's the order from God.
Dealing with theorems. Like Blue said, this is the foundation. This is our first episode. So again, it's monumental for us to commemorate and honor somebody of your stature with a mind like yours, because this is the beacon of light that's going to shine, from this podcast, so this is a very solid foundation that we started on. And this is a great kickstart to what we got going on. Again, we're going to present opportunities and also demonstrate GAGUT in real time, so that our people can get used to actually seeing the equation. Praise and, let that embed into their mentality, so in their subconscious. So, it's a pleasure. It's something. This is a time in history right now. This is a very monumental time.
Well, praise God, and on that, and the idea of the statue in Washington, I thought that was very inspirational, given what the Jews had just done and all that. And there was there's still a sister who has been working so hard to put an edifice for Benjamin Banneker. Her name is Sister Sitz, S-E-A-T-S, Sister Sitz. And there have been two Senate bills on that particular piece, but still has not come to fruition. So I'm hoping that with a proper organization of our people, and hit the Hollywood, hit the the Black entertainment, and all those, bring them the awareness. And I'm hoping that the Benjamin Banneker piece can be pulled off, after all the contribution that he did. He built Washington, D.C. You understand? And he was a legendary.
Yeah. Talk about a movie that really needs to get done. You know, Benjamin Banneker Bay needs his just due. He needs a story told. And that story would open up so many conversations and so many lanes and avenue of investigation. You feel me? Like the people, once again, you know, like you personify our brilliance. Our people have to continuously see their brilliance in one another. And, you know, you can see it in Benjamin Banneker Bay. You feel me? So
Sounds
yeah,
good.
we
But make a
definitely
note of Sister Six, okay? Make a note of her as well. It's the Benjamin Banneker organization, Sister Six. And I hope that you all can give her such a good feeling that says she has people who will be talking on the broader topic, you know, that includes Benjamin Banneker.
yeah, we're gonna plug in and make it happen, Doc. All right.
Sounds good. Sounds wonderful. Sounds
Yes.
wonderful.
We want to say
Sounds
thank
wonderful.
you. This was an amazing episode, amazing opportunity to see your
Absolutely.
beautiful mind and, you know, bring this galactic design to our people. And yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
And God evening and God, you know, blessing. God's blessing.
God bless you. Blessings, God good
God
greetings.
greetings.
Yes. God good greetings.
God greetings.
Yes, and thank you, my brother, for your amazing contribution as well. I totally understand your passion, you know, and your mission is well warranted to get this to every corner, crevice, and crack of this country and beyond, where our people reside, so they could come online and tap into the power of their almighty mind. With that, I gotta say peace, love, and light.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Yeah, just
Thank you.
know you got two people, who's with you with that. So, you know, the level of passion that you possess and that you present, you got two individuals here in this room, including Dr. Oyibo as well, that are on your side. And, you know, again, want to continue to demonstrate this in real time and get this information out, you know. So, you know, you got two people you can contact right here.
Praise God for that.
Okay.
That being said,
Yes. With that being said, we want to say thank you. Until the next episode. Peace.
Peace and God greetings.
God greetings.
peace.